Hey, welcome Raiders. Just give me a minute. I gotta sort out some tech stuff on my end. But thank you so much for the raid, Pyric. I'll see you guys in a minute, chat.
This position's really good for the glutes.
Alright, gamers, how we doing? Good to see all you. Apologies for the slow start to the extremely early stream. I've got some tech issues on my end that I'm sort of trying to work through or find workarounds to. Oh, cat, you start shitting as soon as I start talking. That's cool. Also, there's like local outages with my ISP as well, so I've got tech issues and bad ISP. It's truly streaming on hard mode. But Perik, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. I hope your stream went great. And thank you as always. My glasses are tinted because I was outside. How's everybody doing? Onyx, Sora, Kyler, Snowspawn, Realist Official, Aaron, Priz, Mahoney, Itsukato, Vector, Asa, Onyx, Jester, Nitro, streaming on Intense, attempting to. Attempting to. I thought I need Pythagoras, then I started playing D&D with people that could fly, and well, that was that. Yeah. Wonderlands. Oh, you're enjoying. It's great. Yeah, I got 230 dice done, so close to published maps. Ooh, let's go. Love to hear it. It's gonna be a great resource to have. So, for me, a couple things. One, the VOD channel is up. I can push those videos public now. Should also, like, link the channel, shouldn't I? 1 second. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. But yeah, I've got the first 4 streams uploaded. There's a feature that Twitch has that they broke a while ago that now works. So that's cool stuff. You watch all of Hunter x Hunter in 6 days? I've not. Hey Mod, how are you? So this Berserker Graveborn build is real good. It's real good. It's feeling real nice. This Graveborn Berserker, it sure is. So we're gonna be doing some Chaos 20 Chaos Chamber runs. There's some specific gear I'm after because there's some gear interactions that I find really interesting that I want to integrate into this build. I can talk to you guys a little bit about what I mean as we get into this. And please bear with me if there's frame drops. I'm already seeing some because my ISP and my PC are both trash. But I still want to stream. Can't wait to get Wonderlands. Luckily, Vector, there is a giveaway if you'd like to enter that. I should put that in my title. Hang on, 1 second. There we go. If you follow me on Twitter and you respond to that linked tweet with your favorite mushroom-based joke and the platform you're looking to win on, you could have a chance to win a full code of the game provided to me by 2K. I have several to give out, and I will be giving them all out on Thursday morning. Yes, the build. I love that line. With this character, I should show skill tree first, I suppose. We're running Reaper of Bones, because this is like... Reaper of Bones is built different, chat. It's built different. It is truly it's good. I always liked it, but confirmation that Reaper of Bones is just good. Yo, Peter Panda.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
This game has got me bricked up, especially swimming in that mayhem water Quag bunked.
The water definitely has an effect, Peter Panda. Thank you for the 15 months. I really appreciate it, and I hope you're doing great. Game's amazing, for sure. Mushroom is called the mycology, but well done, well done. What the heck did you just heckin' say about me, you little witch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Knights of the Realm, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Chaos Chambers, and I have over 30,000 confirmed kills. I'm trained in Skeep Warfare. Skeep! and I'm the top sniper in the entire Knights of Butt Stallion forces. You are nothing to me but just another skelly. I will wipe you the heck out with precision, the likes of which has never been seen before on this realm. Well done. Well done, Perrick. Well done. Well done. We go all the way down the Graveborn tree to the capstone, because the Graveborn capstone allows us to spam Blood Frenzy every time we cast a spell. Now, this is specifically just for Blood Frenzy, although we do get other benefits like good uptime on Dark Hydras, good uptime on Essence Drain for spell cooldown. But the reason why these two skills together are so notable is Blood Frenzy gives you back not only a percentage of your max HP, but it also restores some of your Enrage timer. And Reaper of Bones is weird in terms of what it counts as with action skills. Actually, both the Graveborn action skills are weird with timing. So, Dire Sacrifice is action skill active for a short window, but its action skill start and its action skill end very rapidly after each other. You would think Reaper of Bones is different from that, but it's not. Reaper of Bones starts and ends at the same time. So even while it's active, it's over. What this means is that Enrage starts ticking down as soon as you've started Reaper of Bones. Unlike other action skills where you have that grace period of it's not over yet, so the feature of Enrage not ticking down while it's active is a thing. So let's say if you use Dreadwind or Blizzard or those things. But the thing with Reaper of Bones is it doesn't care. It's already over. So you need to have some sort of way to sustain Enrage if you want to be enraged for your entire Reaper of Bones and for good time after that. So, Blood Frenzy really helps that. Now, it's a kill skill, but if you use a spell with the fast enough cooldown, you can also get a few seconds back every time you cast. And we are using a spell with 10.8 seconds cooldown, with a bunch of cooldown boosts. So we can cast very often. Hey Viper, how you doing? So, all that in mind, we are going max Ancestral Frost to increase the value of our Enrage Cryo bonus element, but also for our Cryo weapons and our Cryo spell. We are using Icebreaker because it's just really, really good damage. Old Ways is also good damage. We only have 3 points here because we need more important utility stuff down here. We go Cold Snap, 2 points. Now this is insanely high value per point. 6%, let's talk about the value of 1 point. 3% movement speed and 8% frost efficiency for 1 skill point is already pretty good. But then you keep in mind 2 things. 1, there are no other currently known sources of frost efficiency. This is the only one. So it's got insane value compared to other stats. It's got that going for it. 2, the effect of the skill doubles when you're enraged. So it's not 3% and 8% per point. It's 6% and 16% for the first point. And then the value just kind of increases. Like at 2 points, it's 12% and 32% for 2 skill points. And that's really impactful to have. And then we go 1 point on Armored Defense. This is part of the interactions we're going to be talking about in terms of things I'm going for. So this reserved ward capacity, your reserved value counts as your new maximum. So instead of this being like, hey, you can't have on full effects ever. No. It's way better than that. It's you can have, while full effects, double the time because you have half as much to recharge, but it still counts as full. So like this is actually insane. Unarmored Defense is so good. And I can prove it to you that it works this way. If I unequip this. Okay, you see my ward is full right now. At the reserved cap. I'm going to use Dire Sacrifice. And I'm down to half now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to equip this shield with a brimming part. Brimming gives you 5% of your max HP back per second, but only while your ward is full. I'm healing. I'm healing. So, unarmored defense is fucking cracked. That skill is terrifyingly good. And any Berserker build should take this skill. It seems like a double-edged sword. It's not. It's pure gain. It's pure benefit. There is no downside at all. The downside does not exist. It is just always a good skill to take for Berserker. You don't lose anything for this. You just get better uptime on any while full effect you want, and you get tankier. It's sick. Yo, Cheese! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Apologies for the scuffed bitrate, frame rate, tech shit, and ISP shit. We're explaining how cracked this Berserker Greyborn build is, and we're just going over how unarmored defense works in a very scary way. Basically, the gist of what I was getting at is unarmored defense does not give you half of your maximum shield. It changes your shield's max to be half of what it is, which means you can still trigger amp and brimming and all that stuff from the halfway, which is really, really good.
This position's really good for the glutes.
Unarmored defense probably reference to a barbarian passive in D&D. Yeah, I think it is. Other things that are important in this. We take 1 point in Ancient Fury. This is because this is our current, at least with my gear, only source of area damage. So it is a fresh 5% multiplier on anything we do that deals area damage. This is going to be barrels. This is going to be our blast gasp over here. Any sort of splash weapon we use. That stuff. So it's 1 skill point for a 5% overall damage increase of those things. And we get a little bit of health, so that's worthwhile. We go 1 point Relentless Rage because... Yes, phone, I am live. 1 point Relentless Rage because this allows us to not only have more time and fight for your life, or, sorry, save your soul, but this also gives you the ability to enrage anytime you get up. And that just means much, much, much better uptime on that cryo bonus element. So that's real good. And as I outlined before, Blood Frenzy is really good for sustaining enrage time. So, over in the Greyborn tree, we take Essence Drain. And now we've maxed Faithful Thralls, because this is just a skill you always take on Graveborn. It's 9% global damage per companion at 3 points. And that's absolutely crazy. Even with only the Demi-Lich and the 3 Dark Hydras, that's a huge amount of value. And you can boost it further with an armor. 6 out of 3 Faithful Thralls is a very viable thing to go for. Keep an eye out for any build that runs Graveborn at all. You want to look for legendary armors that roll Graveborn primary and Spore Warden secondary. Because the skills that can be rolled on that, courtesy of Asa figuring this out, Asa made a fantastic spreadsheet quantifying all these combinations. You can have Faithful Thralls and Dark Hydra on 1 armor. So you could just get massive amounts of global damage for any Graveborn build. Just at the cost of, if you're not a Spore Warden, you don't get class power for your 2nd class. But I'm running a Spell Shot armor, and I'm not a Spell Shot. Because look at these passives. I have move speed, gun damage, spell crit chance, all damage, and fire rate. I'm okay with not getting Berserker power on this. But anyway, we continue down the tree with Essence Drain. Then we've got Max Dark Pact. This is to boost our Reaper of Bones bonus element more than anything. We're running Sanguine Sacrament because it's the most powerful healing skill in the game. 15% health per second for 2 seconds is crazy good. Yeah, Kevin. We got Dark Hydra just because it's more damage for Faithful Thralls. And it's a kill skill, so it'll trigger from our capstone as well as actually killing enemies. We've got Ascension for max health and spell damage. Now, Ascension isn't hugely important here, but I do really like using the spell I've equipped for this build to clear out a lot of enemies, so the spell damage helps with that. And it's a kill skill, so you basically get it on for free every time you cast. We have Lord of Edges, because it's just great damage and damage reduction, great value for 1 skill point. It's especially nice for when you're trying to get death saves.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin near me. There's Kevin right here. It's great for getting death saves, because you'll always be at max value of this when you're down. And then we have 4 Blast Gas because it's crazy powerful spell damage. And then we have Capstone. Trying to run a build like this is my first character. Found the Reaper Bones doesn't work within range as you think it would, which was a massive bummer. Right, we went over that a little bit, Dion. Basically, Reaper Bones duration isn't a duration, so enrage does tick down during, so you need other ways of getting enrage. That's why we have a Blood Frenzy over here, so we get 2 seconds back every time we kill something, or 2 seconds back every time we use a spell. And then we have a Relentless Rage, so every time we go down and get up, we get enraged again. Hero stats, I maxed out crit damage, crit chance, and put the rest in spell cooldown. So, I'll show you guys how this looks in an actual run, but let me make sure my loot luck is applied. It is not. So we're going to switch chaos level, and then switch back. This avoids a bug. Well, this avoids 2 bugs, actually. 1, where my loot luck doesn't apply. 2, where enemy health doesn't update to the proper chaos level. This is how you know we're going to get the Chaos 20 experience. I tried Spore Spell Shot and started to put more emphasis on Spell Shot because gun damage low, and now I'm spamming spells and kicking ass with guns. Sounds fun, Sora. Sounds like a good time. We'll do just a normal run. Say something about the hero points. For the hero points I have in this particular build, I'm just maxing crit, and spell cooldown.
Don't do warning shots. Can't wait to throw some spells.
So this is Chaos 20, and we're just kind of bullying everything, because Reaper of Bones damage is next level. But we also have a couple of other powerful bonus elements. As for the weapon we're using, this is a liquid cooling. This is a ×2 liquid cooling. It's a legendary Skulldugger pistol. Always rolls cryo. Its legendary effect is that it restores heat on a crit. Skeep! By the way, chat, Sacrificial Skeep is the best amulet in the game. There is no competition. Sacrificial Skeep is the most powerful and desirable thing you can get in your amulet slot. And you know how I hate using best, but it just is.
Hope that works out for you.
Now, there's a few reasons that Skeep is that good, both unique to this build and not. So, the Skeep spawns whenever you need a heal, and it'll fly around doing healing pulses for a bit.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
These pulses are full heals, so they keep you out of danger, but also the Skeep itself can be used as a target to trigger kill skills. You can get death saves off of it. You can trigger things like Feral Surge's cooldown reset off of it. Additionally, you can use the Skeep to keep up your Reaper Bones duration. Hey Hulk, how you doing? Your thoughts on Clawbringer? Clawbringer is a class that has a couple things that are really, really powerful, but it's got a lot of things that don't support those couple of strong points very well. So like, for example, the Dragon Aura, the elemental damage is really good. It seems to be a multiplier to other elemental damage, which means it mats very favorably. But also strong things. Tier 1 fire bonus element on guns is quite good. And then there's also the Wyvern. The Wyvern Companion actually does pretty well in combat. It slaps kind of hard. But the problems with those things, the problems with the class, are not those things. The problems are anything outside of those things. Clawbringer has a lot of skills that are very low value per point, or have very long and inconvenient cooldowns, or require a lot of skill tree investment when you could just invest into any of the other 5 classes and just be better off. So it's a lot of conditionality. It's a lot of conflict in terms of strengths. Clawbreaker's kind of stepping on itself in a few areas. It can absolutely be viable, you can absolutely make it work. A lot of people leave out all of this context and they just say, you know, Clawbringer is bad, which is easy to do because it's easier to say. But it's a class that works a lot better as a second class than a first class. Want that. So my enrage is off right now, which means I kind of want to run into something and go down to get my enrage back, but I could always just hang out until Reaper Bones is back. I still have good damage. I'm not going to bother doing the side objective on this one, it'll take too long. Perfect. You see the skeep? We death save off the skeep. It's beautiful, it's wonderful, I love it. And the skeep will just keep Reaper of Bones going. It's fantastic. Hey Thomas, how you doing? We've already experimented with the melee builds. It's going to be something that takes a lot of time and effort to figure out. Melee builds are ultimately just going to require a lot higher investment than other types of builds. Because there's a lot of hurdles to overcome. You've got the range issue, you've got the vulnerability to incoming damage issue, you've got the fact that melee stuff on average just does less damage than the kind of stuff you're seeing me do right now. It's absolutely workable, it's just going to take a little more time to crack to a point where it looks as good as people want it to, if that makes sense. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. I agree. Good cat take.
This will really come with the sight.
If it looks like I'm casting for no reason, I'm doing that to keep enrage duration up by triggering Blood Frenzy. Ooh, that's a drop. What we got over there? Is Clawbringer viable at all? It's absolutely viable, Cabs. It's absolutely viable. Remember, weaker than the others does not mean not viable. It just means you're going to have to put in a little more effort to get it to work, and the ceiling of power might be a bit lower. That's a Chaotic Harbinger. I'll take it. Created a Twitter account specifically to join the giveaway and made a terrible fun guy joke. There you go. One of us. Is this game good? What are your thoughts? I think this game is fantastic. I really enjoy the core gameplay. It's got a lot of replayability already, right off the bat. It's got the most replayable endgame that Gearbox has had at launch in one of their LANs titles. And as a huge fan of endgame activities in their games, That just makes me very happy. There's a lot of different crazy builds you can do. The characters all have strong identities. And the world feels cool.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I see a lot of love went into this project, and makes it that much more enjoyable.
Eat or be eaten.
I'm not holding fantastic in rage uptime right now. I might mess around with moving a couple points around. We'll see what happens with that. Maybe I need to go back to a 3rd point in Blood Frenzy for consistency, but we'll see. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Is endgame like Digistruck Peak? You need to clear a level to be able to use a weapon on this tier? No, you just need to clear to unlock Chaos levels. That's all. And, the Chaos tier sub-rarities, Chaotic and Volatile, with more to come in the future, those are not per level. They are tiers that open up at every few levels. There's a distinction. This means you don't have to refarm every single time you unlock a new difficulty level. Skeep. Thanks, Skeep. Get fucked. The Brr. The Brr. That was a nice warm-up run. 11 minutes for a Chaos 20 chamber run. Feels good. It's good to see someone not abusing the same bugs people seem to be calling best builds. I personally like to stay away from bugs in my build making because, you know, you never know if a bug is permanent. So I like making something that it never comes into question. Hey, does this only work because they messed up coding that? I like not building around that. Hey, Pupty, how you doing? Co-op's such a good experience, for sure. I definitely am looking forward to doing some open lobby games with you guys. Hey, Danny Dead, how are you doing? Cat, you're so cat. Holy fuck, the environment's so freaking beautiful. Absolutely. I can't speak yet, chat. It's too early for me. My brain doesn't turn on until like 5 minutes from now. Yes, I know I usually go live 10 minutes from now. I'm aware. Claw equals Amara. It's a good comparison, Masons. It's a good comparison for sure. Enjoy your lurk vector. Remember when people didn't use fire in the Skag Den because they thought it'd be nerfed, and then they added a second time? Yeah, that was the thing they did. Hey, when people create builds based on bugs really bothers me. It's something that I do not mind when people do. Like, remember, some people get enjoyment out of that, and if that's what they want to do in their game, absolutely, that's fine. And if they want to be like, hey, look at this cool thing I found that they put hard work into, absolutely cool. Just for my personal content creation, and this is just a personal choice, I don't like building around that stuff. That's just me. Not saying others can't do it, I just don't want to. It's a Banshee? It's amped, no. It's a Chaotic Frenzied Wrath. Not great stats, though. Okay, so we're going for... remember the interaction I showed earlier, how your reserved capacity is your new maximum for the purpose of while full effects. So brimming ward parts, for example, do work at the halfway mark for unarmored defense. This means that I want to get a body rune, the ward I'm using right now, with brimming. Shield currently counts as full? Yes, jeez, yes. That's why we're going to be going for a body rune with brimming from this thing. That is what we are after. So we're going to do runs towards that. At a level 24 liquid cooling, that's gross. That's a mind rune. It's chaotic. I'll take it. Transistor. Vagabond part, sure. The leftover points here. Quaking Sunder. See, it's that easy with a good enchant. I take every Quaking Sunder I find. I think I have a problem. Time to cope harder.
Now that's more like it.
Let's get back in there and do another run. So I'm very proud of how this build's coming along. It seems to be very, very high damage, competitive with that of what you're seeing with non-bug using spell shots. Now, of course, spell shot Graveborn is able to do some crazy one-shotting stuff, and then there's various bugs associated with spell shot Spore Warden and Graveborn that you can build around. But I'm avoiding all of those things, and I'm proud of being able to clear very efficiently while not only avoiding those things, but also, if you notice, I'm not using that that ×4 SMG archetype that people like. I have one equipped, but I much prefer using this liquid cooling because I think it actually has stronger build synergies. You have to stop to reload those Dahlia SMGs. Whereas with liquid cooling, as long as you have high crit chance, you don't ever need to stop as long as you have bullets. Which could lead to better sustained DPS, especially against some enemies. For example, if you're fighting Vorkanar, it is very easy to just hold down the liquid cooling trigger the entire fight with no issue. You do that on Vorkanar, you do that on Celissa. You can do that on Son of a Witch, which is very nice. This weapon actually makes Son of a Witch a lot easier. I know a lot of people have trouble with him. Hey Remy, how you doing? Quaking Sunder is so satisfying. It really is. It's just such a good spell archetype. I really want a volatile Quaking Sunder with a spell charge part. That is something I am keeping an eye out for, because that is like the only thing I would trade out this Glacial Cascade for.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
The time I got back, how you doing?
I'd give it all.
It's possible for this build to die? Yes, it's very hard though. We have lots of safety nets, so we can use Reaper of Bones as a full heal on engaging. We could use it to iframe certain things, because you get the 3 seconds of immunity when it ends. And then you have Skeep also healing you. You also have a longer Save Your Soul duration, thanks to, what's the name of this? Relentless Rage. And you have Sanguine Sacrament for healing. So you have a lot of layers of survivability on this build. And thanks to the body rune, and Berserker Enrage, and Reaper of Bones, we have powerful bonus elements going at all times. So there's never anything that we deal, like, truly bad damage against, even wards. As long as we have ammo, we're in good shape. Had the frying pan yesterday, that thing's amazing, it's so fun. How much damage you giving up for all that survivability? None. None whatsoever. That's the beauty. I'm not giving up a single bit of damage for any of what I'm doing. It is without a trade-off. Builds endgame ready? Absolutely. Ooh, cosmetic. Kind of shield you're running? I'm running a body rune. It gives you a portion of your max HP back on kill, 20%, and it also gives you a fire bonus element for a short time after kill. The HP return helps fight Reaper of Bones drain. And the fire bonus element helps with our coverage quite a bit. By King Arthur, King Archer, whatever the fuck your name is. Either way, get shit on.
I've got all the magic I need.
How does this raid boss? Very effectively. I've not taken it to
God, that was draining.
blue yet, but blue's the easy one, so I'm like, eh. But I've taken this through green and yellow, and it does very, very well. This game has raid bosses? It sure does. It'll roll parts, if so, then may be going returtal parts. I'm going for a brimming part, if that's a possibility on that. Which I'm not certain about. I'm going for something beneficial, though the first beneficial roll I get, whether that be turtle or brimming or something other than capacity. Either that or a chaotic or volatile one. Anything fitting those parameters. Any kind of upgrade of body rune. Capacity is a good roll to have on one, which is why I'm not super stressed about it.
Come on then, let's get this.
But a brimming part on it would be really interesting. I don't know if Ashen can roll that, though. Can Ashen shields? Because Hyperius gets the brimming. I want to say in BL3 Ashen couldn't, but you never know what they change. Pretty sure I had brimming on a rune shield. Yeah, which rune was it exempt? Because there's several different rune shields.
Ready to
I think I want to raid and Wonderlands will still happen. There's raid bosses. We were just talking about raid bosses. Do I want more like varieties of activities? Always. Always, always, always. But Chaos Chamber is amazing, so I don't feel like an opportunity was missed or anything. take ammo capacity. BRB 5-10 minutes. Hey Stone, how you doing? Personally want less stuff to do in my game. You know, some people are like that, Carter. It's crazy. You come across a 0 capacity shield. I've not yet Mars Demented. But, fortunately, you can kind of just force that situation as a spell shot. You can just take the skill that, that stops your ward from regenning on spell shot. Is it Glass Cannon? I want to say it's Glass Cannon. That turns off your ward regen, but gives you 30% spell damage. So you can use that to keep Wall Empty effects active more often as well. Stuff like Cursed Wit. I honestly think that if you're using a Cursed Wit, that's a must-take for Spell Shot, just like Unarmored Defense is a must-take for any Berserker build. Like, it's that good. It's crazy good. Love my Curse Wit, super powerful. I'm personally going Body Rune for a few reasons, but I do keep a Cursed Wit on me just in case. It was Body Rune? Very nice, Exempt. That's good to know. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Sorry, LeChance, buddy. It just be like that sometimes, brother. Escape. Escape. Any gun that compete with liquid cooling? ×4 Dahlia and Hyperius SMGs. Spriggans are the Hyperius version, and Nightshades are the Dahlia version. 10-14, not a bad time. Threads of Fate, Chaotic Blazing Volley, Puffmeister, I guess I'll take one because I don't have one on me. One whole playthrough without realizing how nice the crossbow pistols are. Yeah, in the 2-week demo build we got that we showed gameplay of was Mount Craw. This was back in late February, where we showed this. One of our starting weapons was a crossbow barrel black powder pistol, so we really got used to it early on. So this is going to be the armor to look for, in my opinion, chat. The Amalgam. Because these passives are way more valuable than the legendary class mod effects or armor effects we've seen so far, just in general. With exceptions, of course, but getting all these passives, look at this. Ability, crit chance, fire rate, gun damage, ward capacity, melee crit. Getting this with the combination of classes that gives you the skill rolls you want is going to be a really important part of build making. So, for example, I'm not a spell shot at all, but I'm still running this Graveborn spell shot amalgam because Graveborn power is important for my build. Berserker power would help my enrage, but nothing else. And look at these passives. Movement speed, gun damage, spell crit chance, all damage dealt, fire rate. The skills could have been better. These 2 skill points are dead for me. But, like, look at this. This is really good. Is there a link to see your current build? I've not created a video for it or anything, but if you go back in the VOD, the beginning of stream, I did actually go through the entire setup. I can go over some key points, though. We're using Reaper of Bones action skill. We have Graveborn Capstone. We're down to Relentless Rage and Berserker Tree. And I'm using a ×2 Chaotic Liquid Cooling, a Frying Pan. These are my rings. We've got a Mood Ring here with gun damage and spell stuff. We've got another Mood Ring here with gun damage, and the other passives don't help me, but, you know, it's something. Then we've got a Body Rune. We've got an Amalgam. A Glacial Cascade. This is my favorite spell in the entire game. Glacial Cascade is amazing. It's really high damage with a really short cooldown. Also, it's so satisfying. It's even got a good dot value. Look at that. Over 1,000. That's good. And then we've got a Skeep. The biggest thing I would say for builds to keep in mind in general, other than Amalgam good, is seriously, Skeep is your best friend. Skeep is amazing. Skeep is the best amulet in the game. Just, I will continue to die on this hill. Skeep is truly built different. Skeep is craziness. Is the pan a PUBG reference? I mean, PUBG wasn't the first game to have a pan weapon, so I have no idea. I don't know what the red text is a reference to, but... Chaotic Liquid Cooling's fucking nasty. I have a volatile one, but it's ×1. A volatile ×2 would be... Ooh, that'd be spicy. Amazing, appreciate it. My pleasure. Quite broke his own rule. I did, Kyler. I did. I don't do it lightly, but Skeep is the best. Actually best. Do not break the rule lightly. Lord of the Rings reference is a line from Sam. Ah, okay. It's just like a common saying, so I couldn't pinpoint where it was from. Glittering Body Rune, I think we found Quag's stripper name. I like it. Go on.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Change, you keep saying the B word. It's true. Skeep is that good. The reason why the Skeep is that good is it allows you to revive yourself in situations where there's no enemies to revive off of. It's massively powerful heals over time in a game where survivability is a little more on the difficult side. And my action skill duration in this setup is directly tied to my health, so it just lets me have much better action skill uptime. And Reaper Bones at base is a 20% bonus element, but then if you look at my hero stats, I have 55% Graveborn power, and that increases Reaper of Bones element. So, yeah.
Think you can make it?
I'm gonna save quit here, just to make sure we're not benefiting from a bug. I like to save quit occasionally on Graveborn, just to be safe. What do you think is the most sleeper OP class or class combo? Sleeper OP? I have some plans to try out Berserker with like every class, because I think Berserker might just be the go-to secondary class to go into. So far, I just really like every combination of class with Berserker, and I don't know why. Is Blast Gasp good? Blast Gasp is incredibly good, Fractious Chaos. It's really, really powerful. If I could have more points here without giving up other important things, I would. But, yeah, Blast Gasp is really good. Hey Blue, how you doing? Pretty heavily considering picking up Wonderlands. Any class suggestions for a gun-focused build or guns and a bit of spells? Sounds like Spell Shot's definitely up your alley. In terms of other gun-focused classes, you could get a lot of value out of either Spore Warden or Graveborn. Graveborn is just kind of good at everything. Spell Shot's absolutely the spell specialist. Graveborn's just kind of good at everything. Spore Warden's really good with guns. So, any combination of those three. Also, if you happen to want to pick up the game on Epic Games Store, you can use my affiliate link to get some extra stuff if you go for the Chaotic Great Edition, but if you don't go for Chaotic Great and use my affiliate link, I still get a nice kickback courtesy of 2K, so that's pretty cool. Also, if anyone is trying to win a copy of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, full game, I have several codes that I'm giving away. They're going out on Thursday morning, but you have until then to join the giveaway. !giveaway will link you to the tweet. That all you have to do is follow me on Twitter and then respond to that tweet with the platform you want to win on and a mushroom joke. That's all you need to do, and I'll be picking the winners on Thursday morning. Shout out to 2K for giving me a bunch of codes to do that with.
prepared? We'll see.
Sorry if this isn't the best place for this question. Can you not add save files in Epic Games? I'm not sure what you mean, time I got back. You can absolutely share save files. That's still a thing you can do. The same process as other launchers in other games.
Are you stupid enough to mess with me? Let's take some souls. This over to the hero. Forgot who you were dealing with, did you?
Beautiful. Thanks, Skeep. The Skeep is so good. It's also cute as shit. Skeep is friend. Yeah, Snow Spawn. Feral Surge for traversal of the map in general is really nice.
Where will fate lead me next?
I feel like that was the first instance of my character being short, making it tough for him to navigate areas.
Things are looking bloody grim for you, friend.
Escape! Do melee weapon enchants work like shields and spells, or does the enchant only work for melee weapon? They work like shields and spells. So as long as you have that weapon just, like, equipped on your character, it's just a bonus that happens when you fill the condition. There's a bit of misinformation going around. There's some people claiming that all your weapon slots enchants are active at once. No, no. It's just your melee weapon, your equipped gun, your spell, and your ward. You cannot get 4 weapon slots at once. Unless there's some specific enchants that are doing this, but I've seen nothing to suggest that that's the case. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? You know if Gearbox will make something similar to EchoCast? I certainly hope so. They've not announced anything. They've not confirmed or denied anything. I hope it's something that they eventually do. It was just great for creators, great for the community. It was great for the industry as a whole. Twitch integration for games is somehow still not being done nearly as much as it should be. It gives games so much staying power. They even released, when Borderlands 3 first came out, there were some analytics showing how viewer retention was higher on channels with EchoCast than channels without EchoCast. So it's just good for everybody. Would you say Spellshot Greyborn or Spellshot Stabbo for no-gun spell only? No-gun spell only. I'd definitely say Spellshot Greyborn. Enemies. Where are you? There you are. Skeep. I love Skeep.
And blasting.
You explain what's going on here. I have over 130% crit chance combined with all my skills and gear. I still get non-crit hits. Yeah, so it's not, as Asa said, it's not an additive crit chance bonus. It is a multiplier to your base crit. So what having 130% crit chance is it will look at your base crit chance and it will give you an increase in 130% of that. So it will give you an extra bonus to your base. It doesn't make your base 130%. This is why the Stabomancer's class feat is not just, hey, you crit 30% of the time on top of the base. No, it's a 30% multiplier to your base. So the more crit you have, the more that those large crit chance values you see give. Now, there's also the layer of base crit you find on weapons and spells. That will go into the base of that item. So if you, for example, get a crit chance part on a spell, that increases the base that then gets multiplied by your formula. So depending on the context, crit chance means different things. Which is, it can be confusing, but crit is still simpler than it is in previous games. Escape. Reaper of Bones to heal off the fire dot. Easy clap. Goated action skill. Such a good build. You always go for the hard difficulty shards? Not really. Currently I'm just going for speed. I'm just doing fast runs. I might start doing elite rooms, we'll see. I probably should. %53% ability damage total on armor piece feels good. Nice, awesome. For this build, I eventually want an amalgam with like the stats I have now, but with Spore Warden secondary class, so I can get Faithful Thralls and Dark Hydra as the skill rolls. I love Banshee, by the way. Just having a boss that your success is entirely determined by how much you pay attention. That really tickles me. Because every single Banshee attack is extremely telegraphed. They're very dodgeable. All of her attacks, literally all of them. Thanks, Skeep. And I didn't dodge there, and the penalty is that I lose my Reaper of Bones. That's my fault, though. Liquid cooling go burr. There's side that people use for builds, etc. That kind of stuff is still a work in progress, Hamma, but I can say that Fate Maker Hub is going to be a place that's going to have a lot of the resources you're after. Those of us who worked on the Borderlands 3 community build docs work closely with the people who run Fate Maker Hub, so you can expect to find our stuff there once things settle in. I wouldn't expect too much organized documentation of builds for the first couple weeks. We still don't know what they're going to do with early hotfixes and patches, and there's still stuff being discovered and scienced out. I'm thinking about bosses, and I think Banshee might just be my favorite. I'm a big fan of Banshee as well. It's a corrosive, or a poison ancient deity. I'll take it. Loot Lemon 2. Loot Lemon is also great, yes. Hey, a sham. Another sham. The elite runs increase your chance of getting legendaries with loot run. Elite runs increase your crystal drops from the enemies. It's a really high capacity one, I'll take that. And more crystals does mean more pulls at the bunnies in this room. So I should start taking some elite rooms. I have a surplus of damage now. Can Stabo Capstone activate the Echo Hilt mod? I don't believe so. Think of Hilt mods as the same kind of thing as Amp. Amp only triggers on trigger pulls for your gun, whereas Hilt mods only trigger when you actually swing your melee weapon. That's how I like to break it down in my head to make it make sense. Double brimming capacity. Triple brimming would be crazy, but I'd lose the body rune effect. And that would be Sag. I still have inventory space. How much money do I have? Alright.
Enter if you dare.
Let's run it back.
But seriously, you should dare.
Look at passive scaling currently. It looks like they roughly scale like BL3 for 1 to 4 didn't cat volatile. Just append 1.09 level to them. I hate it, and that's what a bit of math tells me. Interesting, Chris. Escape. You have Dark Hydra gets both ability and companion damage. It says ability damage, but you know. I've not tested Dark Hydra in depth. I know other Hydras will scale with spell and companion damage, but I don't know how Dark Hydra works out. You're invisible. Oh, you're just a skeet.
He's on fire.
So Quag, what do you think about the yellow cake being back?
What do I think about the blue cake? I'm neutral on it. Launchers in this game don't seem particularly fantastic with current known theory, so I'm not really worried or anything. This guy caught me right as all my stuff ended. We're good though. But thank you so much for the 17 month shots. I appreciate it. How you doing? How you liking the game? What are your thoughts on the blue cake? There's an enemy stuck in the ground here. Can't say I'm too broken up about launchers being bad. Yeah, it's not something that I really lose any sleep over. There's a lot of launchers that I liked, but I'm not really worried about it. Are there snipers in this game? Legit, I've not seen anyone using them. There are snipers, it's just, if you're on mouse and keyboard, there's some ADS sensitivity issues with snipers. Additionally, a lot of the snipers that you can get as legendaries aren't very good. Now, I do anticipate that at some point we're going to start seeing people use the 1 mag crossbow barrel black powder snipers for a few shenanigans, because they have a fast reload, high base damage, and they reload very frequently, which is useful for a few things. There are pistols that do this as well, but the higher base damage of the snipers may come into play eventually. So, those might see some use. Quick heal with Reaper of Bones, his goated skill. With Skeep supporting me as well, I'm unstoppable. Oh, the Legendary Vlado Sniper seems pretty good. Yeah, I've gotten that once. I haven't used it yet. Ouch. I'm low on ammo. I need ammo. Ammo.
Ready to bring the arcane pain. Won't like rubbish.
Alright, use this for a minute. Just until I have ammo. Oh, Queen's Cry Taser is cracked, by the way, chat. It's like Brainstorm or Tira mobbing. So if you get a Queen's Cry, this gun right here with a taser under barrel, first time they've made a taser attachment in these games actually good. They were all trash in Borderlands 3. This one is fantastic. It blew my mind. I was like, what? F, are we good? Hey Holo, how you doing? Good to see you. A lot of frame droppage. Yeah, pardon my hardware and ISP having issues at the same time. It's definitely one of those tech issue days. It's one of those I might buy a PC after stream today days. Shit on my end was a hiccup, though? Okay. Okay, look at Queen's Cry Taser. Look at this thing slapping harder than it has any right to. Ready? Trigger that, and boom. It's uncomfortably good. I don't like the tasers being this good. Like, that's relevant damage. Save me, Skeet. If you ever need to get through a ward, Queen's Cry is gonna be a nice one to have. My ammo. Oh, my ammo. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, that's why I have this SMG equipped. I think I still have pistol STUs to buy. There we go. K6 has major issues yesterday. Did he? Okay. Sucks to hear that he had that, but it's one of those things like, oh good, it's not just me. But it's both an ISP and a tech issue right now. It's painful. Streaming on hard mode. You got it from a Spell Bunny? Yes, I did. Matchers seem to be rare as fuck in this game. I'm lucky enough to have gotten one at level 40. Yeah, I don't see Matchers very often at all. There's a build idea I want to mess around with you know, Jacob's ricochets with Sabomancer stuff. I feel like that could be a good time. Or not Jacob's, Black Powder ricochets, whatever. You guys get the idea. ISPs hate Wonderland streamers. It really do be like that.
This world's no place for the
Normal fire mode on it good too? It's okay. Here, I'll pop everything, you can see. Like, it's pretty okay. I might be unfairly comparing it to liquid cooling. But it's pretty good. Queen's Cry is definitely a good gun. Escape!
spell slots already. Cowards to kill. Healing potion.
Yeah, let's do yellow. Hey, Greek Strawberry. Queen's Cry like Queen's Call? Vaguely. If only ISPs had a product that could offer residential clients had some kind of an SLA. If only they didn't force you to jump through hoops, get a connection, they actually have to support right over. So anyway, I had a question, if you have an answer. Do you know the enchantment on kill increase area damage 20% and can't remember the rest of it? Does that affect the area that volley hits when firing a black powder volley weapon? The Rain of Arrows? It likely does. Rain of Arrows does self-damage, which implies that it's some sort of either status effect or area damage, and I know the initial explosion is area damage, so it should, Holo. I'd have to test that one specifically, but it should. Similarly to bosses? Yeah. So, you click yellow, and there's one little thingy here. And for this one, you need to damage it and break it without getting seen. So, see it's this little searchlight? And if you break it without being seen, then at the end of the run, the portal to the yellow boss spawns in. So this liquid cooling, why is it so good? Extremely high card DPS based on stats, but also its legendary effect is that it refunds heat when you get a crit. Meaning you can burr for a long time as long as you're critting appropriately. So look at my heat go down as I shoot when I'm hitting things.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
So it lets you get a lot of damage out without having to stop for reloading. Definitely go for a ×2 variant if you can. I have a volatile ×1, and this chaotic ×2 is way better. Splinter out there today at a gun ability sport shop. That sounds fun. Any endgame content other than just farming Chaos? There's a lot of content within Chaos Chamber, Juzo, so I don't like to frame it in that way, because in terms of what's available, like, we still have more endgame available at launch in this game than any other launch title they've done. A lot of it is filtered through the lens of Chaos Chamber, and would it be nice to have other ways to access endgame content? Sure, in the future I hope we get some stuff outside of the chamber, but in terms of what's in the chamber, there's a lot. Escape! Best endgame on launch. I spent 10 hours today in here. The melee fun was thinking of Zerk or Stabbo combo. Melee is very satisfying to use. It feels very impactful. I have not made like a melee build yet, but yeah, I feel like it'll be a good time. So, if you guys have not seen any of the hidden secret raid bosses, we're gonna do one of them right now. Hey Coded, how you doing? How's the dial looking on this thing? 692 for this variant. What is the... I don't have my time zone on me anymore. To recommend an XP farm, overworld. Do overworld activities. Escape. I'm gonna have to tank that one. Oof. Poor planning on my part. Oh, I didn't look away. I didn't look away. Flashbang chat. Mechanics. Bosses with mechanics. I didn't look away fast enough. Save me, Skeep. Of Orkanar Senior. No real connection to Orkanar there. Buzz, thank you so much for the 15-month resub. I appreciate it. So this boss has a mechanic where if you do not look away from its searchlight, you get blinded. Like that.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Things are looking bloody grim for you, friend. No magic left.
Escape. I thought I could win that DPS race. I could not. So a big thing with doing this fight is knowing when to look away and when to try to brute force your DPS. I've not been making that decision effectively so far this run. But every mechanic of this boss is completely avoidable. It is entirely skill-based. I'm just kind of brute forcing at the moment. See the shockwaves you have to jump over. There's a lot going on here. I'm just gonna look away from that.
This will really come with the sight. Energy sapped.
Oh, I got knocked up into the air. I can't see. I can't see. Still can't see. I'll take that L. Yeah, I messed up mechanics enough times. That's what happens. Magma worm vibes? Definitely magma worm vibes. Fight's taking quite longer than 50 seconds, so I guess there's a good bit of health. I'm not necessarily going as hard as I could. So the mechanic where it has the light circling, it exposes a crit spot when it does that. So you can do a lot of damage in that window. I'm just not really capitalizing. I'm just kind of having fun watching the boss. And for those who think these aren't forgiving enough, your progress carries over between your lives. So you can just chip away at it if you so choose. I think getting more SDUs would help me with this kill, because this is one where ammo is a bit of a concern. When I can lay into it liquid cooling like this, it's good damage. See, like that. That's what I haven't been capitalizing on. There we go. Sorry if you probably discussed this before. Do you have your build listed anywhere? I do not yet, Avern. But if you go to the start of the VOD for today's stream, I explained the build pretty in depth in terms of what things I'm farming for as well. And I'll go over it again occasionally through the stream. I can go over it again for you here in a minute. Additionally, I have a VODs channel, which I should really public now. I'll do it a little bit later. But full stream VODs are going to be on the archive channel. You done all 3 bosses in one run yet? I've not done that yet. I really wanted to get a build together post-launch that I was proud of, that was different from what other people are doing. before I did that. So I've seen it done. I've not done it yet myself. But I've done each of the other bosses individually. I wanted to leave some stream content to do with you guys. Miss EchoCast? Me too, Urban Mech. Me too. It's a Mind Rune and a Transistor. I want a Body Rune. The Frying Pan dude, first volatile is a damn Frying Pan. Frying Pan's sick, I'm using one right now. It's a Chaotic Static Charge. The game's trying to give me good stuff. Maced Wardew. Need Spellblade. Spellblade's a good one. Personally, the way I'm playing, I just need, like, the Spirit Rune. Okay. I just need something with Echo and the enchant that I want. Spellblade would probably be ideal out of all of them for this. Either Spellblade, Snake Stick. Snake Stick would probably be the play. Spellblade, Snake Stick, or Twin Soul would be the ones I really want here. Pickaxe could be good as well, but I think a Snake Stick would be ideal. You recommend Greatborn Spell Shot be a fun combo? If so, which would you capstone? I would capstone Spell Shot, and yes, that would be how you maximize spell damage, Blue. That combination. It's a 2-projectile Devouring Hydra? That's scary. Marshmallow spell? Yeah, the marshmallow spell is cool. It shoots out a marshmallow when you use it, and you can eat the marshmallow for healing. Spore Circus pretty fun. Yeah, that was the first character combination I got to Chaos 20 Amateur Dig.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later.
Same as so many times. Yeah, yeah. Marshmallow and Skeep are amazing survivability tools. A reminder, since I haven't plugged it in a bit, giving away full codes for the game. They're being distributed on Thursday morning, but all you gotta do to enter is a do exclamation point giveaway. We'll show the tweet, the relevant tweet. You gotta follow me on Twitter, and then comment on that tweet with the platform you'd like to enter for, and a mushroom joke. Note that the PlayStation code I have is for NA, but all their platforms are not regional, so get in on that. This could be you doing this as of Thursday, if you don't have the game yet. And shout out to 2K for providing me with several codes. I don't like either of these. I'll take Critical Connoisseur, though. Found all the loot dice? I've not bothered to. Choosing classes in this game is much harder than I expected. And that encourages experimentation. You can change your second class freely after you've completed the story. Your first one's locked in, but your second one isn't. What does Marshmallow do? It shoots out a marshmallow that you can then eat off the ground to heal you.
That's the good stuff. As it was foretold.
Ooh, that's a high damage ice spike. Hey, it's Shorty, right? Apparently I wasn't following you on Twitch this entire time, imagine. No, I'm that same person, totally. Like, there are people that I have to follow out of embarrassment for not following, despite the fact that I watch them and, like, interact with them on other platforms and stuff. Nah, I get it. I totally get it. How you doing? Also, welcome back to streaming, by the way. It's good to see you back.
Don't waste your breath. Never send a corpse to do a killing job.
Well, how are you? Doing great. Really enjoying this build. Part of why this build is so much fun to me is this is the combination of classes that I was most interested in before ever playing the game. And then I intentionally didn't lean too much into it with any pre-launch gameplay I got. But then I left it for myself post-launch, and it's by far been the combination I've enjoyed the most. So, like, this just feels like expectations met for me in a big way. Great feeling. I do not have a command or anything for this build yet, but I'm likely going to push out a video or something on it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But currently, it is Graveborn Capstone, Berserker down to the this skill, Relentless Rage. We're using the Reaper of Bones action skill with some good gear. We've got a lot of safety nets to help sustain our Reaper of Bones uptime. Wow, we deleted him, holy shit. Alright, can you tell the game to give me a Spore Zerker Smart Armor plus the Wrath of Nature? Okay, a game, give Asa that thing. Give Asa the thing with the thing and the thing. Appreciate it, game. Did adult before bed, does that count? Absolutely. I did not adult before bed. I adulted in the morning yesterday, so good for me, right? You proud of me, chat? I adulted yesterday. This new Borderlands are a completely different game. It's a completely different game. It is, in-universe, it's kind of a Borderlands spin-off. But it's got its own identity. It is its own separate IP. This is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So, it's told through the lens of Tiny Tina from Borderlands, is running a tabletop game of bunkers and badasses. And we are one of the players playing her game. We are the playable character of a non-playable character who's playing a game with another character. So it's a game within a game, so to speak. But because it's a fantasy world within another fantasy world, that gives them a lot of creative license to do really interesting things. So we've got lots of Dungeons and Dragons style vibes, lots of various fantasy culture references, and there's magic, there's all kinds of cool stuff. It's definitely a different beast to Borderlands. Now, if you like Borderlands, you'll like this. It hits all the same notes, but it hits some new ones as well.
Can't wait to Swirl some
It's a meta hat trick. Gameception. You know it. Happy Adulting Day. Good job. Thank you.
I need about a gallon of coffee.
Who's your character, though? They're just called the newbie in the game. You never see their face or anything. What build are you running? Like glasses as melee range focus. This is range focus. Haha, made you mad. I'm running a Berserker Greyborn build. And it's focused largely around Reaper of Bones action skill, maintaining that as well as possible, and using one of my favorite guns, the Liquid Cooling, which is a pretty cool legendary Skulldugger pistol. That restores heat when you crit. So it's really conducive to a playstyle of you just holding the trigger down. So if you like holding a trigger down for a long time in a build with a very aggressive but rewarding playstyle, then this build's probably something you're looking into. And I have a lot of spell cooldown in the setup, so I can cast very often as well. It's a bit of a jack-of-all-trades type deal. It's very fun. The thing I really like about Reaper of Bones is you're using your health bar as your damage. But because of the amount of safety nets of survivability that I've elected to take in the build, this is still one of the tankiest setups you can make, despite using my health bar to beat enemies in the face with. Love M1 gaming. It really do be like that. So bonus points for Wonderlands been released on Tolkien Reading Day for extra fantasy nerdiness. Huh, I didn't make that connection. That's interesting. How do you get that pistol? I got it from the pistol bunny at the end of the Chaos Chamber. That's where I got mine. What are your hero point allocations? Max both of the crits, and then put the rest in spell cooldown. That is what I opted to go with. Escape. So, earlier I said that I really like Liquid Cooling for Son of a Witch, and you can kind of see why here. If you can just keep laying into the crit spot, it lets you get some really good sustained damage against them. While you wait for skeletons to get close for you to revive. You kind of don't really need to worry too much about the Spectral if you just DPS him in the face. Which is what I like to do. Son of a Witch is one of the harder bosses in this game, because he's very good at refilling his own shields, and he's got an attack that just pretty much health gates you, no matter how tanky you are. There we go. You can reallocate hero points? Correct. Ooh, what that? Chaotic Spellblade. Very nice. I think I'm gonna go with Greyborn main and combine it with either Spore Warden for guns or Spell Shot for spells, so those sound like decent combos. Yeah, that sounds like a good bet. Sounds like a good bet. You know, Spellblade can activate dice through walls. I've heard that, yeah. Think this game bodes well for BL4? I think so. I think so. They're experimenting a lot with this. Now, I wouldn't expect to see this level of experimentation in mainline Borderlands, but they're definitely flexing some creative muscles. And that's always a good sign from developers. What legendary weapons would you say are the standout ones so far? Definitely liquid cooling, this pistol right here. I also really like Queen's Cry. It's the first time they've made an underbarrel taser that is actually good. So this thing right here, in Borderlands 3, every single instance of this effect on items was terrible. It was awful, never worth using. But in this game, they finally made a legendary taser that's really good. I like the Masterwork Handbow as well. The Wizard's Pipe is okay, the Blazing Volley is okay. A lot of people are a fan of the Livewire SMG. Those are all ones I've really been enjoying. In terms of the ward slot, Body Rune and Cursed Wit are the real standouts for me. Amulet slot, I really like the Skeep. There's a couple things I like in each slot. I read everything that came from me looking at passive scaling, everything. Well, I'm not gonna look into that. I'm gonna sit here and enjoy the game, Chris. I was having this conversation yesterday. I've had some people asking why I'm not going as hard with the regretty theory crafting right now, and that's because we only get, this is something that Lazy said, we only get, like, our early time with the game once. Once you learn certain stuff, you can't unlearn it. So, I'm enjoying kind of stumbling around in the dark, learning how things work as I go, without looking too much into certain values and things. Absolutely still theory crafting and optimizing things, but I'm letting myself enjoy a little more. Ooh, a bad egg. Chaotic bad egg. 20% movement speed, melee damage deals 35% bonus dark magic damage while ward's depleted. Turtle and adaptive. That's an interesting combination of parts. Skip friend bots then. I haven't been checking often. Also, this isn't friend bots, this is my Twitch chat. So I don't gotta worry about it. Also, the first few weeks after release, a lot can change. Right. The landscape of builds and such is definitely in flux, and this is why I'd pump the brakes a little bit on labeling certain things as like the go-to for certain classes, because this could all change very quickly. Something important to remember is that Borderlands 3 got weekly support for most of the first 2 years of it being out. Weekly, for most of the first 2 years. If Wonderlands gets a comparable amount of support over time, then the landscape of the game is going to change immensely. And that's a positive. That is absolutely a positive, to be perfectly clear. That Ancient Deity could be really good. A dark magic element Ancient Deity on like any Graveborn sounds like a good time. Use that cosmetic. Okay, I'm almost capped on moon orbs. What do I spend them on, though? That is an excellent question, me. I suppose I could put enchants on some of this stuff down here. I don't like using Buffmeister. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. The Spellblade with Echo. I gotta try rolling that to use instead of the frying pan. because that'll increase my consistency of my Glacial Cascade actually, like, doing dummy damage. Broken this game yet? I made a really solid build so far, Luke. Hey, Kitty, how you doing? It's the first time I've been active in the community at a Borderlands launch. Is exciting? Yeah, definitely. I like preserving the wonder of that. Pun intended. There's a Spellblade. Where's this thing hiding in my inventory? Constantly. Here, I'll just equip it. That'll move it. Spending my moon orbs because these have a cap, so there's no reason to sit on them. I want to use the other Spellblade, actually. How long does the story take to complete? Depends on how much you beeline. I'd say for like a casual playthrough where you do some side stuff but not all of it, it might take you like 20 hours. If you're doing a completionist run, might take you another 5-10 hours after that. If you're kind of beelining it, and if you're very familiar with the game, it could take you only a handful of hours. I think the currently routed speedrun is about 2 hours. Okay, so we got an enchant that we can absolutely use. That's good. That's good, 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 good. I'm not gonna spend more myth rank right now. Don't feel like it.
Think you can make it?
Another one. Chaos Chamber is such a great addition for sure. What's your opinion on endgame so far? Extremely replayable. Really good time. Chaos Chamber already has me like... So I was gonna go to bed last night. I was in Discord, and so a couple people were in a call and can attest to this. I was trying to go to bed, but at a certain point I was like, wait, why am I doing Chaos Chamber? I did not remember starting a run. Like, I just enjoy it that instinctively that I'm like, oh, I'm standing here. I should start a Chaos Chamber run. Like, I was supposed to be getting ready for bed. I didn't. I just did more Chaos Chamber. Because it's that good. Thanks, Skeep.
Out of spell slots. I'll give you a bit of
Party time. Hell yeah. You guys gonna build up that super useful build doc that you did for Real 3 Overtime? Yes. We have plans to do community build document stuff in the same vein. Do we want to do the green boss? We can do the green boss. Let's do the green boss. There we go. Ooh, cursed crab. It's an elite cursed crab. That's terrifying. These things are next level scary. They're so tanky.
That's the good stuff.
Thanks, Reaper Bones. Save me from a fire dot. Thanks, Skeep.
Energy sapped.
Great Ball should have been Legend of Shadows. Missed opportunity. that could have been real fun, yeah. Take Dark Magic Efficiency. I don't normally take too many of those buffs, but if I know I'm gonna go for the main bosses, and sometimes I do. Ammo is one I will take, though. That's an exception. I usually take ammo if I find it.
As it was foretold.
There we go. What weapon is that? This is the liquid cooling. Here, I'll show you for you real quick. I have a chaotic ×2 variant with on spell cast increased frost damage by 30% for 5 seconds. It is one of my favorite items so far. Extremely good. The buff's permanent for the run? Yes. Plus 3 to Essence Drain. 9 out of 5 Essence Drain, 45% spell cooldown. Let's go. Pretty sick. Start of Spore Warden. Is it a good class in endgame? Yeah, Spore Warden is good. All the classes are capable of doing all the content. Clawbringer being the weakest of the classes is not something people give proper context to. You can still make Clawbringer work, and there's still aspects of Clawbringer that are very strong. For example, the Wyvern Companion is really good. The Dragon Aura for elemental damage is really good. The bonus element, the fire damage on your gunshots, is really good. It's just there's a lot of filler skills, and I'd say the class as a whole reaches maybe a bit of a lower ceiling than the likes of Graveborn or Spellshot in particular. There's vaguely sort of a power structure to the class balance. You've got Spellshot and Graveborn at the top, and then you've got Clawbringer at the bottom. Then you've got the other classes, Stabomancer, Berserker, and Spore Warden kind of filling out the middle. Melee crit chance, melee damage. Melee damage and ability damage are increased by 50% of your spell damage. Yo, that's sick. Berserker power, Clawbringer power, that's a melee armor if I've ever seen one. That's sick. This Clawbringer main, I can say this is definitely true. Yeah, Clawbringer is more of a... It's not really a secondary class, if that makes sense. So other classes make Clawbringer stronger, whereas Clawbringer does not make other classes stronger in the way that the other classes do. For example, speccing into Graveborn or Berserker as your second class is just going to make pretty much any build. It's going to make the core mechanics of those builds stronger. Whereas doing that with Clawbringer, it'll do it a little bit, but not to the same extent. Whereas speccing a second class after you've filled out your Clawbringer stuff is going to make that Clawbringer stuff a lot stronger, more so than the other way around. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I would like to see certain areas of Clawbringer kind of reworked a little bit. Like the Capstone has a 25-second cooldown. I really don't like that, because Clawbringer action skills especially are already very much gated by long cooldowns. So, like, just let them spam it a little more. That a Slunderspell with Frost? This is Glacial Cascade. This is a legendary. Who do you suggest mixing them with? I was thinking about Greyborn, because you know 2 minions. Greyborn is going to be a good bet to mix with Clawbringer, for sure. This build's very nice. I'm glad you think so, Molly. I've been working hard on it. It's one of those things that, you can even see this in the stream yesterday. I was hitting a wall with a couple bosses. I was like, man, my bossing damage just isn't it. But I kept tweaking things, I tried a few new things out, and I got the build to a point where I really feel very comfortable with it. It's just a very powerful gun build that also has some aggressive spellcasting options. Good elemental coverage through bonus elements, and extremely high survivability. It's just a very well-rounded spec. I'm very proud of it. That ring was trying, but meh. Oh yeah, there's a butt stallion statue. I should protect that. Yeah, yesterday, at this point in the stream, this build was not doing acceptable damage to bosses. Now it's taking out elite enemies in Chaos 20 Chaos Chamber pretty easily. Feels really good. The sense of progression in this game is very rewarding. And that's something that I've always structured my stream content around. I like taking an idea, whether it's a specific item, a specific skill, a concept, like, you know, gunless or something like that. I always like taking one thing and then building around it and getting it to a point where it's worth showing to you guys. And Wonderlands absolutely gives you the tools to do that. I use the pickaxe to balance out the cooldown. Yeah, that's a good move. Pickaxe swings very quickly, gives you lots and lots of cooldown. That is a very wise choice. Is build posted anywhere? I do not yet, but I can go over the full build after this run if you just remind me when I'm in the loot room. If someone reminds me, I'll go over the full build and spec and everything. Oh, that's a coil crab. Coral crab, rather. Take out the troll. Reaper of Bones as soon as we get up. And we got damage. Save me, Skeep. Thank you, Skeep. Yeah, these level 46 enemies hit hard. But worth it in terms of the crystals we're getting. Fine. Huh, does Spellblade not bring crabs out of the ground because it's not melee anymore? That's interesting. Huh. Never thought of that. We could turn on yellow as well. We turned on green already. Fuck it.
I'll make this quick for you. Spell slots are ready.
There we go. 4 boss run. I think it's a bit too late in the run to get a 4 boss. This isn't an extended run, this is a normal. And I'm just now grabbing the second one. Yeah, it's a bit too late to get a 4 boss run, but we can have a 2 boss run. I'll have to do an extended to get a 4 boss. Found the singularities, we'll rip them out of the ground. Ooh, that's useful. That is useful info. The Zomboss? Okay. I'll remind you. Thank you. Escape. Go. Hey Scram, how you doing today? Good to see ya. That's a piece of nice spike. We'll grab that. So, that was the normal boss, and now we'll do one of the hidden bosses. Spell looks really good. Have you tried the Twister yet? Yeah, the Twister's good. I really like the Twister for controlling where enemies are. And I saw her face. Now I'm a Brr-Reaver. Hey, Ken. Alright, it goes Bunded Hog first. Interesting. Oh, I jumped directly into that? Oh, I dodged in time. Cool. Thanks, Skeep. Fine, we got this guy. These guys. Yeah, once you have the damage, Bunhead Hog is very consistent to do. But this is one of those bosses that has a very high threshold of, like, you gotta learn the mechanics, and then you gotta have enough damage to punish the boss's openings. It does not give you openings often. Insert joke about punishing my opening here. Yeah, chat, I remember your degens. Out of ammo. That's problematic. There we go. It's got an 81 × 4 cryo nightshade. Let's go, Crimson. Yeah, nightshades are really, really good. What you got, Maker? Boss 2.
You think you got skills?
Is this always a boss for Chaos 20? No, these are hidden bosses. Bunidhogg and Barkenstein are hidden bosses. You need to complete a little puzzle to even be able to fight them. And they are raid level content.
Can't sling spells no more. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
They are 2 of 4 raid level encounters. Now, if you complete the first 3 all in one run, then you can fight the 4th.
Never
More power. More.
And a cool thing about these bosses is the puzzles you need to do to open them up tell you how the boss's mechanics work. They at least give you a hint. Which I think is exceptional design. Okay, I'm not reacting fast enough to punish that attack, but that's why I got all my healing. You can either punish that attack with damage, or you can avoid it.
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just, man, it's really just embarrassing how much you die when you fight.
Let's get casting and blasting. Gonna need more magic. Oh, that's quite the hangover.
Well, I'm surprised I didn't go down there.
This'll go. Got my cowards to kill.
Thanks, Skeet. Reaper Bones heal. So this one, if you're doing what I am right now, and after missing a couple of the punishable mechanics, just actively deciding not to do any of them anymore, then the boss does take a bit. Also, failing to shoot these means your available space that you can dodge the boss's attacks shrinks. Boss's Monster Hunter vibes. It really does. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh no, I don't have enough time. I don't have energy drinks.
Can I spawn an ad, please? Why are you bullying me? Spawn an ad. You could spawn an ad. That'd be real nice. Oh, no, you're gonna go away. No, we ran out of ammo! No! I wasn't watching my ammo. Does intense mode buff up legendary drops or just gold? Just gold and moon orbs. It's just for a challenge. I wasn't watching my ammo. I need to buy that SDU. Hey Hot Sauce, how you doing? Elemental matching is very important with intense cryo all guns. Yes. I still have lives though, so this is okay. I've noticed that a lot of bosses just don't spawn ads sometimes. Yes, this is part of why Skeep is so good. My Skeep just happened to be on cooldown because I was bad at dodging the other attacks. But Skeep is a fantastic way of reviving when there's no ads. Because, like, if you go down when there's nothing, well, Skeep will pop as long as it's not on cooldown.
Tastes like green butler.
I'll try to keep this area of the map clear so I can stand here freely. Heal that off 3 for bones. Thanks, Skeep. There an ad somewhere? I should really leave more of these ads for this situation. But hey, this is a good time to just do free damage. Still have another life, even if I don't get it in this one. There's an ad over there. Move. Move, I need to kill the ad. No, not again! Pain. Morning, Skilly Death, how you doing? We'll get it on the next one. Watch your ammo. Yeah, I should. Who drops Skeep? So, the thing with drops in this game is lots of things have dedicated sources, but it's just more efficient to do the Chaos Chamber. You just get the loot from the bunnies at the end of the Chaos Chamber, and you can target farm exactly the kind of loot that you want. Alright, we can do this, chat. We can do this. I have ammo in my liquid cooling now, so... Now I can just kind of burr for a while. Like this. Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said my ammo matters. There we go. So, this was only a 2-boss run. We didn't get the 3rd one. But we got a fucking body rune. Let's go. Now, it's the same kind of thing as this one. Like, this one has health instead of capacity. But it's still nice to get another body rune. I've been going for body runes, so I'll still take the win. Thank you, game. Shot like 3 intervals without overheating. Yeah, liquid cooling's thing is it gives you heat back if you crit. So if you crit a lot, you never run out of heat. Pistol STU, thank you. Oh, also, I'm gonna show build. Don't worry, I won't forget. Ooh, a caustic frying pan, yes please. Chaotic caustic frying pan. Pistol crit damage. Spell crit chance, ability damage. I'll pick it up, that could be useful. So, as for the build. Ah, yes, the build. I have this Furior for spawning Hydras if I want to chip away at something while targeting something else. I don't use it much anymore though. It's kind of a free slot just there. I have this Nightshade. It's not even a chaotic one. Nightshades are just really good. Nightshades and Spriggans are what you want to look out for. Spriggan being the Hyperius ×4 SMG, and Nightshade being the Dahlia one. So those are just incredibly high DPS, very, very good. Definitely grab some of these. You can grab them from vendors pretty easily, or from the SMG bunnies in the Chaos Chamber. I fall back on this whenever I'm out of pistol ammo. Liquid Cooling is by far my favorite gun in the game. You definitely want a ×2 variant. ×1 is very good, but ×2 is even higher DPS. You will go through ammo a lot, so you want to keep a backup weapon. But a ×2 liquid cooling is some of the highest sustained gun DPS you can have in the game. With enough crit chance or accuracy to crit spot, you never need to stop shooting. And since you can cast spells freely with your other hand, you can just kind of keep going forever. I've got a Queen's Cry here because the taser attachment, the taser underbarrel, is really good for getting rid of wards. So that's a backup if I decide I really need to get rid of a ward without having to actively look at it. As for my rings, I've got a Mood Ring. While ward is not full, effects are increased 100%. And this does apply to every stat you have on it. So as long as my ward's not full, that gun damage is not 15%, it's 30. That spell crit chance is not 15, it's 30. That spell crit damage is not 12.5, it's 20. you get the point. So Mood Rings are really good. I have another Mood Ring here. A lot less good than this other one, but still, a chaotic roll. I'm getting a large amount of gun damage here. And the pistol mag size does apply to the Queen's Cry, so it is useful. We have a Body Rune. This gives us health back on kill, which helps fight our Reaper of Bones health drain. Also, it gives a fire bonus element, really helps against fleshy targets. We've got an Amalgam, and the interesting thing to keep in mind with armors in this game is that whichever classes roll on your armor determines what skills you get. So this is not my ideal Amalgam. I would personally want a Graveborn Spore Warden one for the skills that can roll. However, Graveborn power is much more relevant to my build than Berserker power. So even though I'm not a spell shot at all, you don't see me running a Graveborn Berserker armor here because this has what I need and it has really good stats. The Amalgam's legendary effect is, instead of like a flashy effect, it just gets more stats. So instead of 3 stats, it gets 5. I have movement speed, gun damage, spell crit chance, all damage, and fire rate, which is by far the best armor I've seen so far. Like, I don't see myself replacing this except for maybe a Graveborn Spore Warden armor for skills. Then I've got a Sacrificial Skeep. This is by far the best amulet in the game because the Skeep that spawns out here when your health is below 50%, it'll float around doing these healing pulses. If you're familiar with the healing barrels, it's that. So it's a large heal in a large radius for you. You can also get on-kill effects from killing the Skeep. So you can not only get yourself out of Save Your Soul, you can get a death save from killing the Skeep yourself. You can also use it to trigger other on-kill effects. So let's say you're using Berserker's Feral Surge action skill, the one that refreshes the cooldown on killing an enemy. You can Feral Surge the Skeep, and it will refund Feral Surge. And you could use that for all sorts of cool things. I happen to have really good passes on this one as well. And then I've got a Glacial Cascade. This is my favorite spell. It works a lot like the Quaking Sunder spells, except this one is a cryo. And because I have that Berserker skill to increase my cryo damage, and I get bonus damage for freezing things, this just matches really well with the build. Also, 10.8 second cooldown base is really fast. It's got a high dot value, high card damage, fast cooldown. This is just a really good spell. I definitely keep an eye out for Glacial Cascade if you can find one. As for my melee weapon, almost forgot that one, I have a Spellblade right now. A Snake Stick would be ideal here, but currently I'm pretty much just using any good melee weapon I can find that has this particular enchant for my build, and the Echo Hilt. The Echo Hilt is what I really want on a melee weapon. So until I get a Snake Stick with this enchant and Echo, I'm using a Spellblade. Now, as for my skill tree, I'm running the Reaper of Bones action skill on Graveborn. I've gone Faithful Thralls and then enough Essence Drain to get down to tier Sanguine Sacrament and Dark Pact both maxed out. Dark Hydra maxed out. Ascension maxed out. 1 point Lord of Edges, it's insanely good value for 1 skill point. And then 4 points Blast Gasp to get down to the Capstone. Now, the reason why this Capstone is so great for this build is activating kill skills on spellcast means that Blood Frenzy gets activated when I cast a spell. And the Berserker's Blood Frenzy skill gives you not only a chunk of your max health back, which effectively fights the drain of Reaper of Bones, but it also gives you Enrage duration. And Enrage is picky about which action skills it works on. Reaper of Bones will trigger it, but it will not cause the effect where it says on Enrage here that Enrage duration will not deplete when an action skill is active. So this is not true for Reaper of Bones. It will deplete during Reaper of Bones. So you do need to fight the timer of Enrage while you also fight your health drain. It's a very dynamic playstyle. You're managing a lot of things at once. So casting spells will not only give me a lot of health through Sanguine Sacrament and Blood Frenzy, it will also give me Enrage timer through Blood Frenzy. And then we've got 1 point Ancient Fury. This is my only source of area damage right now, so a separate multiplier for, just an extra 5% to throw in our formula to multiply all the other stuff where relevant. Very good. And we have Relentless Rage. This is another way of keeping our Enrage up. It gives us more time in Save Your Soul as well. Unarmored Defense. I cannot say enough good things about this skill. Unarmored Defense is probably the best Berserker skill because it has so many crazy potential applications. When it reserves your ward to this halfway mark and then gives you back more of that as health, that's more total mitigation you have. But also, your new max from the ward reservation counts as your while full point. So you still get Brimming, you still get Vagabond, you still get Amp. You can still do all of those things from your new max. But because the total shrank, you can have better uptime. Like your recharge rate stats will function better because they don't have to charge as much. So you get better uptime on Amp, Brimming, all those things. And it's really, really, really nice to have. So that's the build. Also, for hero stats, I have the Village Idiot background for that extra strength, and I've maxed strength and dexterity and put the remainder in intelligence for spell cooldown. That's the build. We're still going for body runes here. I want different augments on them. To build. Kinetic friction, no thank you. Like that a lot, actually. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. Ancient Deity. A brimming Ancient Deity. I'll take that. Nice man, you're very welcome. That's a snake stick. Does it have echo? No, it does not have echo. This is the melee weapon I want with an echo hilt, because meleeing an enemy to spawn a Hydra is going to be an extra companion counted towards Faithful Thralls, which means basically every time I bonk an enemy, I get 9% more damage. And echo gives me a reason to occasionally bonk because it lets me just deliver a bunch of damage out of nowhere. So the goal is an echo snake stick. Doesn't even need to be chaotic or volatile. Doesn't even need to be level 40 if I'm being honest. Use the ability on cooldown then, or situationally? It depends. So sometimes I will hold my Reaper of Bones so that I can use it to heal myself. Sometimes I will use it immediately if I want the damage right away. Sometimes I'll use it immediately and then allow myself to get knocked out of it so that I can take advantage of the immunity frames, because you get 3 seconds of you can't die when it ends. 3 full seconds. So you get a massive heal when you first activate it. It just completely heals you to full. And then when it ends, you get 3 seconds of invulnerability and you get 20% of your health back. So Reaper of Bones, on the surface seems like, wow, you're going to be so squishy. But in reality, it's one of the strongest survivability tools in the game. So we're at the Moon Orb cap right now. Not sure what to do about that. I don't have much that I want to roll stuff onto, really, at the moment. Do I have any Quaking Thunders I haven't put stuff on? I suppose I could put something on this this Buffmeister as well. Don't plan on using it, though. What is that? Get rid of that. Ah, Pistol STU. I almost forgot. Let's do that first before I forget. Livewire any good? Yeah, Livewire is a pretty popular pick for a good shock weapon. It's definitely good at dealing with wards. Berserker goes ham. That it does, T-Doggity. That it does. So how do you guys feel about this multi-class combo? I really like the vibes. I like how the skill trees play off each other. And there's no real wrong way to configure. Like, you could do this kind of build that I'm doing with capping out Berserker Tree instead of Graveborn Tree. Because Berserker Capstone will allow you to have higher total uptime on Reaper of Bones after it ends, instead of keeping you going while it's active. So it's just different approaches to kind of the same thing. And I like how well they pair. Hey Wolf, how you doing? Good to see you. Dark Magic efficiency and status effect chance with Dark Magic damage roll? That's really good. I don't really care for the spell shot power here, but like that's still really good. Pro tip, check vendors, like a lot. You can find really good stuff in vendors. This is one of the reasons why money is so important to have. Because vendors are extremely efficient at just giving useful things. Finally beat Chaos 6 Chaos Tribal, stupid bastard. Yeah, he can definitely be a real son of a witch. Because that's the name of the... Okay. You know if ability damage increases Ghostblade damage? I believe so, but thanks for testing. Man, STU is getting expensive. 3.2 mil for the next one. That's gonna be worth, though. That's gonna be real worth. I have a Snake Stick with Echo on it. It's level 36, you want it. Has it been bricked? Is it still, like, enchant rollable? Because I want to get this enchant on it. If so, yeah, I'll totally take you up on that. I don't even care that it's not level 40. Snake Stick with Echo is going to be a huge increase in this build. Okay, so what was I going to do with those Moon Orbs? I could put stuff on the Buffmeister. I don't really care that much, to be honest. Yeah, I don't care that much. Let's go back to Chaos Chamber, do more runs. Izmir, is the Twitch player having hard times today? It is having hard times today. Also, I'm having some tech issues. In my area, there's some ISP problems. My PC is kind of on its last legs as well. So I've had to really lower the bitrate for today's stream. Apologize for the somewhat potato quality. What does Buffmeister do? It basically applies a massive bonus element to all of your damage, increases your movement speed and your fire rate as well. And that bonus element is kind of busted in the same way that the B shield was busted in Borderlands 2. It's just a big number that you can slap on top of anything. And then your gameplay becomes more, you're a vehicle for the Buffmeister than a build using other things. Buffmeister is crazy.
Choose, Fate Maker. Now the fun begins.
You can't mail items? It's not currently a thing you can do. What's the fastest Swift weapon you've seen? I think I've seen like a 1.8. I think. Yeah, I have a 1.8. 1.79 right now. I don't think I've seen anything faster than that yet. But if anyone has, feel free to chime in. Most buffs movement speed? Yeah, and fire rate, also. Buffmeister's crazy. Thanks, Skeep.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Yo, enemies? Hello? Where are you? Hello? Chat, I don't know where the enemies are. Oh, there's one. Hi, Skeep. Yeah, so Skeep has a 30-second cooldown, but the cooldown starts from when it spawns. And since Skeep lasts for like 10 seconds or something, you basically just have really good uptime. Because you won't be low health that often, so you can potentially have Skeep pop up every single time you need it. Is boosting max health for hero points worth it to extend Reaper Bones? No, it doesn't extend it because Reaper Bones drains a percentage of your max. So all that'll really provide is a further buffer against incoming damage. Like, let's say you take 100 incoming damage, right? Let's say you take 1,000. That'll be a more realistic portion of your max health. Well, 1,000 is a bigger portion of 8,000 than it is of 9,000. So it could potentially be the difference between Reaper Bones being active and not being active, but it will not slow the drain of the action skill itself because that's percentage based. And that percentage does increase over time. One cycle, nice. So I'd say boosting health is going to be more relevant for Dire Sacrifice if you happen to be building around that.
I feel like myself again.
Although I think Dire Sacrifice,
Hope that works out for you.
I think it legitimately could use a little bit of love in the bossing department. I don't know how I would go about that, but it feels underwhelming in bossing. This was a Dire Sacrifice build before I slapped on Reaper Bones to see how it was bossing, and then I was just like, oh, it's comparable in mobbing and just flat out better in bossing. Let me just use this all the time.
Give it all for a little more.
Well, multi-class would be the viable Chaos level 20 melee build. There's probably going to be multiple ways you could approach that. My personal guess would be probably Berserker Stabomancer. That would be a somewhat educated guess. It's not something I've attempted yet, so obviously I can't say it with 100% certainty, but best bet is likely Berserker Stabomancer.
Out of spell slots. Let's get casting and blasting.
Boost enemy density? I'd like to see a little increased enemy density, yeah. I agree with that, Griffith. You think Burst Stabo as well, Prob? Take that sprint speed. Fairly hard to make a pure melee build though, which makes me sad. I look at it as a challenge. There's gonna be some content where you just can't do it. That's just a reality. That's something to accept. However, there's gonna be ways of swapping gear in and out to accommodate that, and I feel like it'll still be a really fun showcase to see how far you can take a true melee build and keep it efficient. Like, what chaos level does it start really falling off? Does it ever start falling off? What bosses are truly hard counters to it? These are all questions that I'd love to see answered as the community messes with stuff over time, you know? Make sure you have a range alternative though. There are a few flying mofos out there. Yeah. What Wolf said for sure. There's a couple melee weapons that do ranged attacks when you swing them. those are definitely going to be things to keep an eye out for. You have the Ragnarok does that, the Fate Breaker does that. There's a third one that does that as well. I forget which one it is, though. Is that a loot enemy? Escape.
That's the good stuff.
I can never deal with loot enemies in time. By the time I see them, I'm like, oh, do I care enough to chase? No, I don't really. Damn, Drill. Drill is a big DPS check. If you do not have the DPS to burn him before he restores his ward, then he's very annoying. Same thing with Son of a Witch. Explain the runes in the Chaos Chambers. I've seen people activating them, don't understand it. So there's 3 colors. There's yellow, blue, and green. Activating each one will start a puzzle. Each one has different mechanics, and each of these puzzles subtly indicates the mechanics of the boss that they unlock. So it kind of demands that you do a thing relevant to the boss that you're opening up. Once you complete the puzzle, at the end of your run, after completing the final Chaos Chamber boss, you will have an alternative portal available. You'll have a red one instead of a yellow one, and the red one will take you to an area where you can fight any of the bosses whose puzzles you've completed in the run. Now you can do up to all 3 of the puzzles at once, in which case you will fight all 3 bosses sequentially, and then a 4th hidden boss. But, yeah. That's how that works. Death save off the Skeep. Skeep goated.
I'm made for being a stop them rat.
Wish we had class presets to quickly swap between different builds you've already made. Presets would be nice. I agree. It'd be a cool feature. You're guaranteed to get all 3 of these bosses if you complete the corresponding puzzles. If you complete the puzzle, you get the boss. You get an opportunity to go to the boss, I should say. The portal will always spawn if you complete the puzzle properly. Now, you can fail the puzzle. If you fail the puzzle, the portal does not spawn. Tactical use of Reaper of Bones there to heal off a hit and tank a second one. That was very efficient. Goated with Skeep, not a goat. Listen. You're not wrong. I admit when I'm wrong. +2 faithful for alls. Thank you, Blood Stallion. Liquid cooling is very strong. I've yet to use the one I got. Working on build slapping now. Yeah, ×2 liquid cooling is just incredibly high sustained DPS. Now, like, sure, a volatile Nightshade is going to be higher theoretical damage, but the fact that the liquid cooling never reloads, as long as you have proper crit chance or good aim, that's huge. There's some bosses where I think liquid cooling firmly out DPSs even a Nightshade. Or good aim, well, on that one, yeah. Not happening for me. Luckily, we got crit chance, Wolf. All is not lost for gamers like us.
Things are looking bloody grim for you, friend.
Butt Stallion just give you skill buff? Yeah, Butt Stallion gives you buffs to your skills. That's what that room does. So Dragon Lord will give you curses, which increase your total crystal income. However, you know, they come with changes to your combat encounters. Butt Stallion will just give you buffs to your skills. So like, I have 5 out of 3 points in Faithful Thralls right now, because she gave me extra points in that. And you can get some entertaining increases. You can get more points in stuff like Blast Chill, which is a 1-point skill. It's very powerful. The rage seems to be working for you. For me, it doesn't last the entire duration of Reaper Bones. You're correct, Joe Monsoon, that it doesn't work that way. Reaper Bones counts as starting and ending, right when it starts. So even while you've got the effects active and everything, it's not actually active for the purposes of Enrage or for the purposes of enchantments. So the way I'm maintaining my Enrage is I'm using the Graveborn Capstone. Casting a spell automatically activates kill skills with Blood Frenzy in the Berserker tree. So every time I cast a spell, currently with my increases to Blood Frenzy, I'm getting 4 seconds back every time I cast. Now my base spell cooldown on my Glacial Cascade is 10.8 seconds. In my hero stats, I have a bunch of points in Intelligence for 20% more spell cooldown, and then in my skill tree, I currently have 6 out of 5 points in Essence Drain for another 30% cooldown. And then I have my Myth rank spell cooldown, which is still low, but it's relevant. So I essentially have a bunch of cooldowns stacked to refund as much Enrage duration by casting spells as possible. Hey Jackaboy, how you doing? This is a bug between Sporeward and Graveborn I heard about. Sometimes, as you progress through Chaos Chambers, you'll get phantom copies of your Mushroom Companion that don't despawn, and they count towards the Graveborn's Faithful Thrall skill. So if you see like a bunch of tooltips that say Mushroom Companion in the sky, then you're suffering from that bug. It's not a bad class one. Armor, rather. I think it's working as intended. It's hard to tell. It might be a byproduct of Reaper Bones doesn't have a duration, and it doesn't benefit from duration increases. Might be a byproduct of how they implemented that. I personally think it gives it some nice character. I don't mind. I like waiting for the first hit before I pop Reaper Bones there. And another pro tip for Son of a Witch is don't be afraid to use your Save Your Soul time to get extra damage on the boss, because he can't one-shot you into Save Your Soul if you're already in Save Your Soul. So if you just leave a death save target nearby that you know you can kill very quickly, you can just sit there and unload, you know, your weapon uninterrupted at him without worrying about him killing you, because, you know, what is dead may never die. Whatever the Game of Thrones thing is. This fight, he always one-shots me. He has very high damage output. What level were you around when you beat the game? I was level 28 on my first playthrough and level 27 on my second. I did not do too much side stuff. I did a little bit here and there, but I know people who beat it at 40. I know people who beat it at 25. It varies. You Ironborn. Escape. I love you, Scape. The Berserker skill allows you to extend Save Your Soul. I do. The main reason I have that is so that I get enraged when I get up, which helps with maintaining uptime on that effect. Beat it at 22. Nice, K-Dog. Do you have a really good item carrying you? This build, dude, I like it. Thanks, Wolf. Don't mind me waiting for Skeep cooldown before I go to the next room. Who's still struggling to break the habit of using BL3 terminology for Wonderlands content? Absolutely. Finally found one of those boss rooms. Let's go, Asa. Hired your companion build? Sounds right. You a showcase of your build and gear? I've gone over the spec a couple times in the stream, but I can go over it again after this run, if you like, Colas. I don't have like a video for it or anything, but after all the interest in it today, I will likely be making that. I don't have as much ammo as I want to going into this. Let's see how this plays out, though. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. I haven't done this fight with that modifier before. The zombies running at me, damaging me like that, that's annoying. This is Bunded Hog. This is one of the hidden raid level encounters in the Chaos Chamber. And like I mentioned earlier, its mechanics are kind of hinted by the puzzle you need to do to spawn it. So the beam of light there, if you look directly at it, it does blind you. So all you need to do is turn away. And this is a mechanic you had to do to open up this fight. It's pretty cool. Each of the bosses has something like that in its toolkit that you had to conquer to even get in here in the first place. And this boss is probably the biggest hard DPS check out of the encounters in this game. Because if you don't meet these DPS checks like I'm doing right now, then outgoing damage from stuff like this sandstorm gets pretty unmanageable. You just kind of get knocked around at times. I did not look away.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dig all the same. Looks like Hunter's back on.
Back to liquid cooling. Now that I have ammo again.
Some soul.
There we go. Doing a great job. Hey, Bad Karma. No you. How you doing? Are you back home? Or what? If so, I hope your flight and stuff was good. What's extended death save timer? There is a Berserker skill that does that. It's called... I keep forgetting the name. Relentless Rage. Brought back Thunk Thunk. Kinda did. Ooh, what is this? Chaotic Frozen Orb. Very nice. Frozen Orb's a fun spell. I feel like I could use a little bit of a damage buff. Like, obviously card damage is not indicative of item behavior, but compare 224 to 1120 times 3. Oh my god, home last night. How you living? Doing great. Really enjoying this build. So how do you guys feel about the boss mechanics? I know Trinity likes them. How about the rest of you? Do you like them more than Borderlands bosses? Less than Borderlands bosses? What would you like to see changed about them? What's your favorite thing about them? How do you feel about it? So I feel like the bosses are one of the biggest things that we could just talk about this game. Double Nova part, nice. Let me do that, they heal off. Yeah. Hey Nola, find out a couple hours to play last night, so I finished customizing my character's face. Let's go. Not the skills I really want. Or not the passes I really want on that. Also, the skills aren't great. Plus, the Mortal Vessel is kind of like, eh. It did roll exclusively Greyborn skills, though. That's nice. Looking forward to DLC? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Much better than any Borderlands game? Yeah, I agree. Bosses in this game actually have mechanics, which is something I've been wanting in Borderlands through the entirety of 3's lifetime, when 3 showed that it can do cool, engaging raid content, but the bosses were still simple, like Borderlands. I want progression, I want modernization, and Wonderlands has taken steps to do that. I'm a big fan. Big fan of that. Feel like it's truly Borderlands meets Diablo. Chaos Chamber combines so many things from so many games that I really enjoy. It's got a little bit of Diablo, a little bit of Godfall. Just very, very fun endgame structure. Let's go melee weapon, hope for a snake stick. Godfall is so good. Godfall update April 7th. I'll probably be playing that on stream around then. You didn't just want immunity phases? So the thing with Borderlands 3 is you had either bosses that had really responsible immunity phase use, but no health, or you had bosses that had terrible immunity phase use and no health. And then post-launch, with things like the True Trials, they gave bosses that had no immunity phases, but a lot of health. So it's like, wait, hang on, you can put all these in one pot and brew it up, and it could be good. For example, Wotan the Invincible, the Malawan takedown raid boss. Back before players got really disgustingly powerful, that one felt really good, because our damage wasn't so massively ridiculous compared to the boss health. And the immunity phases in that fight were just mode changes for the most part. So it just kind of changed the pacing of what you were doing at the time. There was a lot of tension. It felt like a high-stakes fight. But then you had something that a lot of people didn't care for. Now, I love the Guardian takedown in that game, but you had Anathema in that game, which had, what, 11 immune phases, 9 immune phases, 8, 10, something in that region. And I really enjoy that content, but a lot of people found that fight boring, because it's just the same immune phase over and over and over and over again. This game steps away from all of those. It doesn't do the Borderlands 2 approach where nothing has mechanics, except the things that do have mechanics that people didn't like, i.e. Master Gi, Veracitus, people didn't like those. And then the loot pinatas like Terra and Pete. It didn't do those. Didn't do any of those. And it didn't make the Borderlands 3 mistake of too many immunity phases. I think they got the boss design just right. And there's movement required. There's attacks you need to jump over, attacks you need to duck under, mechanics you need to look away from. It just feels good. I was testing Curse Wit to find what range on the bonus damage, except it doesn't get any bonus damage on the target in Brighthoof. Are you sure this item's working? So test on the crabs in Brighthoof if you can, Jay Mahones. Something historically that's happened with target dummies. This happened in Borderlands 3 as well. They don't count as enemies for some purposes. So there's some crabs alive in Brighthoof. Test on those if you can. How much money do I have? Still need more. Put some stuff in my bank. Another great thing about this game, we have so much storage space. 510 max bank space. I think you can get up to 70 backpack space. Definitely feels good on both counts. keep that blue cake for now. I do want to mess around with that, but don't quite have the stuff I want to do with that yet. Let's put that away. Caustic frying pan, we'll put that away. We'll put away that melee armor. Yo, Memo, how's it going? Good to see ya. Dragon Lord feels like a mini raid boss. Dragon Lord feels great as a final boss, yeah. Got Graven Berserker at level 40, don't know what class to gear. I want to play the Berserker, but melee's kind of disappointed with bosses killing me so fast. The Berserker also good for gunner build. Absolutely, Kara Joe Bob. If you stick around for a few minutes, I'll go into another Chaos Chamber run. This is a Berserker Graveborn gun build, and it's very powerful. So I can absolutely showcase that for you. Hey, Cordon Human. I agree, but on a related note, I personally feel the normal enemy design got worse with so many enemies just slowly walking towards you. It's a bit of a mixed bag in that regard. I'm hopeful that one of the things we get in Season Pass content is increased enemy diversity, like an extra set of enemies. You know, we have the coiled, we have the zombies, we have the skeletons, we have the cyclops, we have the iclops, we have the goblins. You know, we have sets of enemies in this. I'd like to see more sets, like maybe tackle some more fantasy archetypes. Like we haven't seen dwarves or orcs. Maybe we get dwarves and orcs in the Season Pass at some point. And it'd be nice to see those as recurring enemies in the Chaos Chamber, and also in their own areas. That'd be pretty cool. How you doing? I'm doing great, Memo. This game's great. Talking to people about it has me super just jazzed up. Like, this game's fun. I'm happy with this game's release. So won the Mushroom Drill contest. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, I'll be drawing winners for the Wonderlands code giveaway Thursday morning. All you gotta do to enter is respond to that tweet in the giveaway command with a mushroom joke of your choice, the platform you want to win on, and also follow me on Twitter. You will need to be following me and have fulfilled the other requirements I mentioned there when I draw to win. You totally unfollow me after. It just makes it easier for me to reach you if you are following me. But I'd appreciate it if you continue to follow me after. I do this kind of stuff all the time. This kind of build talk, this is what I do. I suppose a formal introduction for anyone here who doesn't know me. I'm Quag. I did a lot of Borderlands theory crafting in Borderlands 3. I made the peak flak build for takedown speedrunning. It still, to this day, holds the speedrun records for both takedowns in that game, which are the raids. And I maintain the community flak builds document for that game, which is there's about 50 some odd pages of resources and interactions and mathed out stuff and things. It's the combined work of a lot of people over a couple years, but I am currently the person who's responsible for upkeep of it. Yeah, so suffice it to say, I have a background in making and critiquing builds. And Wonderlands is a playground for that in a way we've never had before. Like, it really feels different from Borderlands in approaches to builds. You're exercising the same muscles, but you're using those muscles in different ways, if that makes sense. And I really like that. It truly feels fresh and unique. And it's a good time. I've been liking Wonderlands. Absolutely love it, Luca. Absolutely. Autoquag, my life got 5% better, confirmed. You see, Harf actually is so handsome that following him also makes you 5% more handsome. This is a true fact. It's scientific. Skills in this game are so much more noticeable. I don't know if that makes sense. Yes and no. So, an interesting thing that is a sort of point of concern is chaotic and volatile gear. The stats are so high that I think we're going to reach a point where our skill trees just kind of feel underwhelming compared to our gear. But for now, in the state of the game currently, at launch, I feel I agree. Because characters have such strong identities. Each one feels distinct from each other in a way where, for example, in Borderlands 2, a lot of builds were just, hey, which gun are you shooting? Whereas in this game, it's like, no, what's your character? What's your multi-class? What armor you using? Like, what spells you using? Everything feels like it has a strong identity. You get what I mean, chat?
Looks like Magic's back on the menu.
Yo, sup, Beaver? Thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just unlock Chaos 20. Let's go, Queso. Big gamer W. So overwhelmed by all the item names and possible combos of things. Find new mixes every time I'm playing, and variety is the spice. You love to see it.
This is downright spooky, isn't it? Can't sling spells no more. Worms won't go hungry tonight. I'll give you
Master Tonhammer. I hate getting this guy. He's got an immune phase. Oh, the heart healed him. Oh no. That was toxic. There we go. Doesn't the companion sound like Mancubus? A little bit. A little bit. I could hear it. Parts on that? Nah. Is there a frost bonus for melee like Cryo? Yes. Same value. Combat depth in this game is really awesome for sure. There's so many different approaches you can take. So unless I'm misunderstanding how the bonus works, I don't think Cursewood's giving any damage. I don't know if that's confirmed. If anyone's in the Discord and put a request in the curse testing channel, that'd be a useful thing to test. So I'm pretty sure Curse Wit was working in the review build. It might have broken on retail. I don't know. Might just be a hard thing to test as well. I know it might sound like a silly question, Mahones, but you're making sure your ward is broken, yeah?
Don't waste your breath.
No, Spellblade does knock them out of the ground. Just didn't that one time for some reason. Weird. Found the rags. Let's go, soccer chick. Is that right about the crabs right with the shield on and then off? So on is in like it was full, and then off is in it was broken, but still equipped. Sorry, I know it sounds like I'm patronizing, but testing things in these kinds of games gets really weird. Yo, Kirk.
La 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 fingers in ears. I haven't finished the game yet, but I wanted to update my sub. Wonderland is great.
Hey, thank you so much, Kirk, for the Prime and the 9 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's no spoilers to be had here. Well, no direct spoilers anyway. But yeah, if you want to remain, you know, unswayed by things here, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate you stopping in. Thank you for the resub once again, and thank you for using your Prime on me out of anyone on the platform. Any primers in the chat? And anyone not use their Prime sub this month? It doesn't have to be on me, but like use it on a streamer you support. It's free to you if you've got your Amazon link to your Twitch, and it's a full sub for them. It's cool. Understand the questions though. Done quality control in the past, and methods definitely the issue sometimes. Yeah. It can be weird. I've been testing things sometimes, and I forget something so simple, and it's just like, oh, that was the problem the whole time. Yeah. So that's interesting. If Cursed Wit isn't working, I'll definitely try to confirm that. Not that I don't believe you, but it's always good to have a higher sample size. And if Cursed Wit is broken, then I'll inform the relevant people and try to get that fixed. I could just drop a quick note to Gearbox people. Hopefully they can work it into an update sometime soon. On that note, shout out to Gearbox for like all the hard work they've been doing. Gearbox and 2K both have been promoting the shit out of this game in a really big way. Like, I've never seen this level of hype for a Borderlands game. And also with the massive influx of players, it's really taken a toll on shift servers. So the fact that they've been pulling very long hours to work on this stuff, like, shout out. I could never. Just playing the game has destroyed my sleep schedule. I could never do what they're doing.
I'll make a nice payday out of you.
Even trusted testers need to be double-checked? Yeah. And this comes from Stone Swan, who, if you guys don't know, you should follow, by the way. He's, like, one of the most prolific testers that we had in Borderlands 3 theory crafting. Like, a lot of the crazy stuff that we ended up doing with BL3 builds at some point crossed Stone Swan's desk. So, like, he's one of the most well-versed in testing these crazy video game interactions, at least in this community. And he can attest to the fact that sometimes testing just goes horribly wrong for the smallest of reasons. Curse Weed, you also make sure you stand close enough, the buffs don't let nearby enemies, and you really don't have to stand very far away at all to get the damage. Yeah, it'll definitely be something that I retest. It'll be hard for me to, like, justify using it because I love body runes so much with this setup. But for, like, I think for some Spell Shot and some Spore Ward and stuff, I could probably, get more out of Cursed Wit than Body Rune. This setup is definitely a Body Rune setup, though. I imagine you'll see mostly Cursed Wit and Body Rune with, like, a side dish of Ancient Deity in terms of legendary wards. Other than that, though, we might be a little bare bones in the ward category. This could be me coming off of Borderlands 3, where the ward category, or the shield category, I should say, was absolutely stacked. But in Wonderlands, there's a little less in terms of well, there's fewer total items. So maybe it's a little unfair to compare launch to launch, or launch to, you know, post 2 years of support. Thinking about BL3 launch, there weren't that many shield options either. There were some, but, you know, not that many. Borderlands absolute slam dunk in the story humor regard. This is Borderlands fun I know and love, and the gameplay is also incredible. Just a lot of wins here, a lot of big wins. Oh, we got yellow again.
Time to reap.
I love one cycling that thing. It's so satisfying. Just tested it now with one on me, but my cursor workload is supposed to. Okay. It could be a byproduct of that spell shot skill, Mahomes, because I noticed some weird stuff happening in my very limited testing with that. So it could be that. Something to keep an eye out for. But thank you for testing, Itsukato, genuinely. Transformer got its use. Yeah, Transformer was very popular early on. We also had Red Suit at the time. Band of Sidorak got some use. Then there were the triple amp shields. Brawler Ward got a lot of use. Nightmare. I haven't used this iteration of the build versus Nightmare. I suppose this gives me a good chance to test out Queen's Cry. Yeah. On the ward phase, I'll just go ham with the Queen's Cry.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Thanks, Skeep.
I need about a gallon of coffee.
Good fuck, Nightmare.
A healing potion. Never a moment to waste.
Thanks, Skeep. They're not crouching. That's decent chip damage.
All right, the giblets. On then, run.
Yeah, that's decent chip damage for when you need to change targets. I still get a lot more DPS out of the liquid cooling, just like to the face. But Queen's Cry Taser, definitely worth having. I like it. One of the game blind as far as classes go. First character is a Hammer Berserker. There's loads of fun, feels underwhelming. Gonna keep testing out specs and gear though. Yeah, Clawbringer is definitely the character that you kind of have to struggle to get as much value out of. But all classes are viable, which in itself is an achievement. I think it's worrisome you don't seem to have to match elements at the moment. Not particularly. It took a lot of min-maxing and some very good gear to get this build to the point where I don't really need to match elements as much. And I'm playing on intense difficulty, and I feel it when I'm not matching elements, when I'm under-geared. I definitely feel it. Now, at the moment, I think it's a good thing that I don't necessarily need to match to every situation, because I've noticed there's far fewer powerful sources of poison damage, corrosive in previous games, than this. So if you had to match, like, really match for armor, it'd kind of be a miserable experience with how things are currently. Now, I'm sure we'll get more sources of that element down the road, but currently it's like, I don't really want to use that. Wonder how Spell Shot with Berserker? I have some plans for how I want to do that. I was going to avoid Spell Shot for a bit, but I think my next playthrough is going to be Spell Shot, so I can showcase some interesting stuff for that. Feels I'm not really struggling with Claw, or struggling at all, to be honest. I love my Claw, still figuring out second class, but so far, Sad's been a blast with Claw. So that's a thing I touched on a little bit earlier, Lil Rob. I feel like Clawbringer is a class that is enhanced by other classes rather than the other way around. And that's how people have to approach it. Like, you use another class to make your Claw stuff better, not the other way around. And that helps. The interpretation really helps with the perspective there, you know? I had to tank that one through her bones. I did not watch my footing. Why am I being so terrible this run? Skeep, save me! I need to stop attempting to conserve my ammo early. I just need to, like, full send.
Energy sucks.
Doesn't hit me. Hey, it didn't hit me. Nice. You got a sandstorm now? Apologies for the stomach growl. Holy shit, that was a loud one. I could have capitalized on that, but I decided to play it safe and not get blinded. Probably for the best. There's no time limit on this. I can approach slow and steady if I feel the need. switch this because ammo. I really need another pistol SPU. Fuck.
For you, is it? Won't be enough. Can't wait to throw some spells. I'll make this quick for you.
Escape.
Getting the hang of it.
Oh, I took a big hit there. Wish I didn't. Triggered a laser now? No, it's sandstorm. Did I pick up pistol ammo? Ah, fuck. I did not pay attention. Blinded. There we go. GG. Hey, Chop Switch, how you doing? How are people's experiences with chests, like respawn-wise? I didn't stumble upon a character with instant chest refresh like in BO3. I don't think the chest cooldown thing is a thing in this game, but I don't know. This is my first raid boss fight. Got it first try. Let's go, Harv. Blinded by the light, you know it. What are your opinions on how much level cap will rise as the game ages? Are you pro being able to capstone both classes? I hope we never get the ability to capstone 2 classes. Because think about it. If you can cap both of your skill trees and you only have 2 skill trees, then what happens to making meaningful choices? I do not want us to get further skill points. Don't want it. I think we have the perfect amount right now. If we get more, then build diversity goes down. We don't need skill points. I agree, Zeke. How you doing, by the way? Though, if you want to strictly melee and gun, it sounds like you should have run Zerker as primary and second class and something a bit more orientated into that. That makes sense. I like Zerker as a secondary class, personally, because it complements everything else well. So you can always make the choice to spec into Zerker if you want to try out, see if it complements your particular build. But you can always change your mind. I don't think Zerker is as strong as a primary class as some others are. That's just my personal take off what I've experienced so far. Do we have any indication on how to get the raid bosses to spawn consistently? You need to complete the puzzles in the rooms. Extended runs give you a lot more time to get them done. A fish spell. It's a melee weapon. The Slammin' Salmon. Hey, Lord Marilyn, how you doing? It's an ancient deity. I don't have a shock one yet. Taken. Or a lightning one. Maced Wardu? No thank you. Let's go for melee. I want that snake stick. Good, hope you are as well. Doing fantastic. Good stream today. Does that need to happen during the encounter? You're able to clear them and go back. So the puzzle only opens up after you clear the room, so you can do it uninterrupted. That's a snake stick. It's a chaotic one. It doesn't have echo. I'm so sad. That we were so close, chat. We were so close. I wanted to have echo. I'm taking it, but meh. Curious to know if anyone started working with polymorph spell shot setup. I really want to try some co-op polymorph stuff. I feel like it could be really amusing in some 4-player. What's the thing behind the snake stick that you want it for? So, let me pull up the snake stick for you. Melee attacks spawn a nearby Hydra companion that deals melee damage for 6 seconds. Now, I don't care what damage that Hydra does. I care that it exists. Having an extra Hydra when I hit an enemy means that this skill, Faithful Thralls, I get another stack. And currently, because Butt Stallions kindly boosted it for me, An extra stack is 15% damage. That's huge. So I specifically want a Snake Stick with Echo, because the only reason I'm using a melee weapon frequently is to deliver damage through the Echo Hilt modifier, which is a Groundbreaker from Borderlands 3, basically. I want that hilt on a Snake Stick so that I can still deliver Echo occasionally, but every time I do, I get a Hydra, which increases my damage for 6 seconds. New here, love the vibes. Build seems really cool. You maybe quickly go through your items and skill tree. Love the aircraft and all that shit. Absolutely, absolutely. So start with skill tree. I've gone through it a few times, but I'm open to continue. This is a build I'm really proud of. Armor piece, shield piece using. I'll go through it right now. I mean, coffee first, because I'm gonna talk for a few minutes. So this is a Graveborn Berserker build. We're using the Reaper of Bones action skill because this is incredibly good damage at all times. It's by far the better action skill between Graveborns, and it's really good at bossing, which is why I started using it, and then I was like, wait, I could just use this in mobbing as well. I have a lot of ways to maintain my health. Let's just clip it and post the clip. I should, Tech and Kyle, I really should, but this minor inconvenience, I really don't mind, by the way, is a good way to force post-stream me to actually clip it and like upload it somewhere, make a command for it. It'll help me motivate myself later. I have to trick myself to do stuff. It's an ADD thing. Starting and stopping tasks, that's how it manifests for me. Starting down the Graveborn tree, we've got Max Faithful Thralls. This is just something you're going to see with every single Graveborn build. It's free damage. It's very good. Definitely take this. Every Graveborn build. No, there's a bug that's vaguely associated with this. I'll get to this with the next tier. Essence Drain to get down the next tier of the tree. Kill skill, spell cooldown rate. Since we have the capstone, this is always on. And spell cooldown rate is very important for some of our other interactions here, also for our damage output, and it's fun. We have Dark Pact for more dark magic damage. Remember, Reaper of Bones gives us dark magic damage, so it's a no-brainer. Sanguine Sacrament is one of the most powerful healing sources in the entire game. It's 30% health regen over 2 seconds every time you cast a spell. That's huge. That's massive. That's batshit insane. Really good. Now, Dark Hydra. Now, Dark Hydra's really good. Kill skill, chance to summon a Hydra companion. And you can have up to 3 with 3 points. You get 1 more Hydra cap per point, and the damage goes up per point as well. The thing with this is this gives you really good access to Faithful Thralls. Between the 3 Hydras and the Demi-Lich companion, you get 4 stacks of Faithful Thralls, which at 9% per is really strong already. There is a bug that sometimes happens. This is something you want to keep an eye out for in your runs, where sometimes your Dark Hydras fail to despawn when changing rooms in the Chaos Chamber. So you could be running around with like 20 Dark Hydras, above the cap, and the game just kind of won't care. It'll be like, whatever, take the damage. So this is why you'll see me sometimes save quit for seemingly no reason as I play Graveborn, just to ensure that I don't have this. It tends to show on the buff bar, but it doesn't always. So try to do fresh runs when you can, until this gets addressed, if you care. Then we've got Ascension, which is another kill skill, meaning our capstone is going to trigger it very easily. It's spell damage, which helps our Glacial Cascade out quite a bit. It's a really hard-hitting spell for mobbing, so I really like Ascension. Now, this is the first skill that you can kind of move around somewhere else to your taste. I don't have Essence Drain completely maxed right now, so you could put more there for more frequent spells. You could go into Harvest if you find yourself doing a lot of companion-based stuff. Stain of the Soul requires some testing. There might be something wonky with it, that's why I'm not spec'd into it right now. But, things may change. We might go into that. Dread Covenant, I don't recommend ever using with Reaper of Bones. It's an anti-synergy. As soon as your Reaper of Bone ends, your Demi-Lich dies. So you just kind of deprive yourself of your pet every time you use your action skill, if you use Dread Covenant. I'm not a fan. And Mortal Vessel is more of a dire sacrifice thing. Punishment's good. It's just I'd rather have more damage for me at the moment. Lord of Edges is a fantastic value skill for 1 point. Blast Gasp is extremely good damage when using spells. Definitely go for that. And Morhem's Blessing is very important for maintaining as good uptime of Reaper Bones as we do currently, because this kill skill over here in Berserker Tree, Blood Frenzy, gives us back a portion of our max health, which is already really good, helps fight Reaper Bone Strain, but also restores some of our Enrage timer. And because Enrage doesn't play nicely with Reaper of Bones in that it doesn't count as active, so you start losing Enrage duration as soon as you activate this. It'll start the Enrage, but it doesn't keep it going the same way it does for some other duration-based action skills. So you want to spam Blood Frenzy through Morhem's Blessing to keep re-upping your Enrage timer, to get as good uptime as possible. That's also why we take Relentless Rage, so every time we get up, if we happen to go down, we get enraged from that as well. It helps get around that issue. We go Unarmored Defense because it's just one of the best Berserker skills. Something to keep in mind with this is your new maximum when it reserves your ward. So you'll be at that halfway mark visually. Let's see, visually I'm at the halfway. But that is treated as full. So any while full effects you can still get. This basically makes your uptime on any while full effects, such as move speed from Vagabond, healing from Brimming, etc., etc. It improves your uptime on those. So that's very nice to have. Cold Snap is to increase the efficiency of Icebreaker. Old Ways is just damage and tank. 1 point Ancient Fury, it's our only source of area damage. We want to diversify our multipliers to get higher overall damage, and this will help anything that explodes, like Blast Gasp. And Ancestral Frost is just damage. Mostly Berserker Tree is full of damage, so that's why we take all this stuff. But Blood Frenzy is the real star of this particular tree, because it helps us maintain Enrage. And as for the gear, my favorite gun is a Liquid Cooling. I have a ×2 Chaotic. ×2 Volatile would be amazing, but this is some incredibly high DPS. And the Liquid Cooling's effect is that it restores some heat when you crit. So, with enough crit chance or enough precision, you never need to ever reload this thing. As long as you have bullets to put into it, you never need to go through the break animation. And that's really big. I have a Queen's Cry here for the taser, to deal with some wards occasionally. I have a Nightshade for when I run out of ammo in my Liquid Cooling, and this is just kind of there because I don't have anything of value in that slot. I have a Mood Ring with gun damage, another Mood Ring with gun damage. I have a Body Rune. I have an Amalgam with really good stats. Now, the Spell Shot power here does nothing for me. I ideally want, like, this stats on an Amalgam with Spore Warden secondary, because that allows the skills that rolls to change. Your armor skill rolls are determined by which classes it has. So Graveborn primary, Spell Shot secondary, gets these skills. There's a third one, it's not something I care about. But Graveborn primary, Spore Warden secondary, two of the skills it rolls are Faithful Thralls and Dark Hydra. So that's like something I'm keeping an eye out for. Also, Amalgam is just good because instead of having a traditional like bonus effect for red text, it just gives you more stats. And this one's really good. Movement speed, gun damage, spell crit chance, all damage, fire rate. We've got the Skeep here. Skeep is the best amulet in the game, chat. Keep an eye out for it. The utility of the Skeep is absolutely insane. It fully heals you like several times as it flies around. It's got a cooldown of 30 seconds, which might sound long, but considering the Skeep flies around for like 10 seconds, it pops up very frequently. And you can even get death saves, aka second wins, by killing the Skeep. So this will really help you in those boss fights where there's no ads. You can just kill the Skeep and get up. And the full heals help me maintain Reaper of Bones uptime in this particular build. So it's just very nice to have. Body Rune gives me health back on kill as well, I should mention. So another way to help maintain versus Reaper Bones. Then Glacial Cascade is just one of my favorite spells. Very fast cooldown, very high damage. It's cryo, so it gets my boost to that. It's a fun little setup. And as for hero points, I just max out crit damage, crit chance, and put the rest in cooldown. That's the build. Seen a spell that would maybe be insane with this build. Arcane Bolt. It's got one of the game's shortest cooldowns, refunds its cooldown whenever it crits. Seems like it'd be really, really good for activating your Dark Hydras and healing skills. Yeah, according to Human. Arcane Bolt is extremely spammable. I like that spell a lot. Only reason I'm not using it, because I have a few copies, is just Glacial Cascade just does good damage as well. Arcane Bolt, a little lacking in the damage department compared to this. So this is like good enough. I really want to see if I can get a Glacial Cascade with a spell charge part. So having 2 charges of this would be so good, so spammable. Just really, really nice to have. That's a lot of on-demand healing. That'd be a very cool thing to have. So keep an eye out for different part variations of Glacial Cascade. I've not seen this item too often. Does increasing dex also increase crit chance on spells, abilities, or increase to crit on physical weapons? It is an increase to crit chance on everything you do. Luminic. If only there is a unique legendary Hydra spell, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there isn't. Maybe there is and it hasn't been found. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised there's no legendary Hydra spell. Using Spore, Berserker Freeze, and it destroys almost anything with all my gear, having frost or gun damage with action skill. That was the first character I got to Chaos 20, Sir Blix. It was a Berserker Spore Ward using Barrage. A lot of fun. Good choice. You farm that spell from a boss? Dedicated drop sources are kind of being figured out still, but I would say, Dark Knight, that it's much more efficient to just do Chaos Chamber. Because the bunnies at the end of the Chaos Chamber will allow you to target farm categories of loot, which means you could be like, hey, give me only spells. So your chances of getting the type of item you want are much better out of the gate. But also, the drop rates from the bunnies are much higher than the drop rates from the bosses. So just equip as many loot luck items as you can, make sure you get your loot luck shrine in the overworld, make sure you get as many lucky dice as you can, and then hit those chaos chambers, hit the bunnies, just pump crystals into them. That's the best way to target farm particular items, as long as they're not dedicated only items, which the Glacial Cascade is not. Have that same pistol in several levels under, it still shreds. What, the liquid cooling? It's really good, Scram. It's really good. Saying timestamps, thank you, Stone. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. Thank you. Let's do another run. This is addictive. Can't stop. Actually, let's save quit first. Save quit, and then we're going to toggle our chaos level, just to make sure we're as bug-free as possible. There's a bug where some Graveborn damage stuff persists between runs. We're save quitting to reset that. Then we're going to toggle our chaos level to make sure our loot luck is applying as intended. See, it's only showing 5.6k right now. So that's why we're going to go over to chaos, toggle to 19, then we're going to go back to 20, and you're going to see our loot luck is different.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Side note, while we're doing this, anyone who's interested in a full game code of this game, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, 2K provided me a bunch of codes to give out. I'm giving them out on Thursday morning, but if you want to enter the giveaway, you can do exclamation giveaway. All you got to do is follow me on Twitter, respond to that tweet that the command will link with your favorite mushroom-based joke, any mushroom joke, and the platform you want to enter for, and I will draw winners on Thursday morning. Let's do an extended run.
Worms won't go hungry tonight. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Sometimes it will cast into midair for seemingly no reason. That's to help buffer some of my enrage time. Like, you see my enrage wore off because I wasn't casting quite often enough. That's part of why I want an extra spell charge on Glacial Cascade. Because it's a very fast cooldown, but there are things that would provide better uptime. Like, I'm fully aware I could use a 3 or 4 charge Arc Torrent, which has a similar cooldown but also multiple charges. But I don't find Arc Torrents as flavorful as Glacial Cascade. They're also a bit worse for mobbing in general. For this particular multi-class combination, I should say. Can't wait for you to read all those mushroom jokes on stream, it would be funny. It'll take a while, but maybe we do that. Maybe we go through some of those. Side note, you do not have to be present at stream to win the giveaway. I'm doing the giveaway through Twitter. So basically I'm gonna draw winners, and then I'll do the good old standard of you have 24 hours to respond to my message, and if you do, I'll give you the code. If you can't, I'll give it to someone else. But you still got a couple days, chat.
Before they hit the ground.
Hang on, what element was that? Pick that up in case that's useful. I still need a good source of poison damage for this setup, so I'm keeping an eye out. I think ideally I want like a Hydra mechanism, Arcanism I should say, Inferior Shotgun, Corrosive one. I think that'll be my goal, but still working it out. How's the Chaos Chamber? It's fantastic, not as dark. Super replayable. We've been going through all stream, and I'm not bored. We've been doing almost 4 hours of just straight Chaos Chamber. And we've been tackling some of the raid bosses. We've been doing some fast runs. We've been doing some Elite Chamber runs. We're going for a couple specific loot items, but Chaos Chamber is a really good loot acquisition source as well. That's something it has... that sets it apart from other long-form Borderlands activities. Or, you know, obviously Wonderlands isn't Borderlands, but bear with me for the purpose of the conversation. Take long activities like the Guardian Takedown and Slaughter Star 3000 in Borderlands 3. The loot per hour was pretty low for those activities, especially post some drop rate changes. But for the Chaos Chamber, they can be longer runs. However, the amount of loot you get from the crystals feeding to the bunnies at the end of the run, very, very good ratio. L plus ratio. And additionally, you have a lot of control over what you're getting because you can choose the category of item. So it's just a really player-friendly loot farm.
I feel like myself again.
Maybe just the winning jokes? Maybe just the winning jokes. What's the loot log bug? Is it visual only? Sadly, it is not visual. Upon first loading into the game, your loot luck is not fully updated, but changing your chaos level forces the game to recheck your loot level. So it's just always good policy upon first loading in, check your loot luck, make sure it's accurate. If you're on Chaos 20 and you've gotten a few loot dice, it should be 5 figures. If it is not, then you might want to just toggle your chaos level, just to make sure.
Let's take some souls.
Elite Ribula. I don't have ammo for this. We got him though. Try doing a melee build, burst stab, it's very hard, not going for cryo status build instead to make leveling fun. Sounds cool. Ooh, a chaotic arcane bolt. We were talking about this earlier. Yeah, after scoring a crit with this spell, a portion of the cooldown is refunded. And at base, that's a 7.6 second cooldown. It's even got 2 spell charges here. Rolled a crit chance part. That's pretty good. Like, this is definitely going to be one of those spells you use if you want to spam effects. Without having to reset cooldowns, say, through Spell Shot Capstone. Take a little gun damage. You can use some ammo, game. Got ammo up here? Ammo check? No? Okay. One downside to liquid cooling, run out of ammo. Yeah, you can run a ×1 variant, and the ammo is still very efficient. But the ×2 for the really high DPS, you do chug ammo. So it's nice to keep weapons of other classes on you. I keep a Nightshade, which is the Dahlia SMG, the ×4. I keep one of those on me for when I'm trying to conserve ammo. Liquid cooling is absolutely still my bread and butter. I'll grab that elemental damage.
Things are looking bloody grim for you, friend.
Thanks, Skeep.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
I mean, immune. It's toxic. Come out.
Back to the living.
There we go. Spore Ward and ammo regen's nice too. The thing with Spore Ward and ammo regen is it doesn't stop you from overheating, but K-Dog is definitely onto something there. The liquid cooling doesn't overheat, so it's probably one of the only Skulldugger guns where I would say it really synergizes very well with ammo regen as a mechanic. So for Spore Ward and gun builds, if you can manage to get a point or two into your ammo regen, it'll really serve you well with liquid cooling. Back and got food. Ooh, what'd you get, Era? What you got? Codes available everywhere. I've heard something about PS codes not being available outside of NA. So the PlayStation codes are regional for NA. I don't know logistics of why that is. That's just how it is. So apologies if you are entering the giveaway for PlayStation in that way. But maybe I figure something out out of pocket if someone has a really good mushroom joke for PlayStation, I might just, like, figure out how I can get them a code. If I have to not go through 2K for that, I'll do it. But, in the meantime, shout out to 2K for providing me with several codes for each platform. Not trying to be toxic or anything, you read every message except my question. It can be hard to keep up with chat while playing this kind of stuff. I pride myself on being at least decent at it, but sometimes it does take me a minute to read messages, so thank you for your understanding. That's also a good sign about this game, because I'm pretty good at reading chat. I'm not as great with Wonderlands, because I'm spending too much time, like, I'm enjoying the gameplay. I'm, like, fascinated by everything happening on screen. So sorry about that, Gordon. But I'm doing my best, you know? Yeah, I don't need to use that anymore, I think. Keep.
Like wheat before the sun.
How many fun guy jokes you already get? A lot, Era. I'm not reading any of them. I mean, I've seen a couple as I was checking my mentions for other things, but I'm gonna read them all when I'm drawing the winners. So it'll be a nice lump of jokes. You have affections for a cute fungus. You have a crush room. Right, a copy of the game, so I'm not entering. Just wanted you to hear this data, some mushroom jokes. Well done, robot. Never change. Never change. Oh, Reaper of Bones to heal off that dot. That's the crazy thing about this action skill, chat. It presents itself as like, hey, this is high risk. Like, you're going to be taking a lot of damage. No, it's a full heal, and then invulnerability, and then a partial heal. Like, Reaper of Bones is crazy for tanking. It also increases your leech efficiency massively while it's active, meaning dark magic will be a much more sustainable way of surviving. Switch to the Nightshade for a bit, my ammo's low. I do like Spellblade giving that spell crit chance. It really helps out with consistency on my Glacial Cascade damage. That feels nice. That'll be hard to give up once I get a Snake Stick, but oh well. Hey, Wellfishgar, how you doing? Fucking Iclops, chat. Need Reaper of Bones active. So ammo. Ammo would be nice. Do not love this enemy type. Okay, there's Reaper. Throw some of these out. These will shoot for me. Alright, we got crabs. It's easier to manage. That was a sentence. We'll take that out of context, chat. Thanks, Skeep. Good, glad to hear it. Got a live wire, the Spore Ward and Poison Explode enchant. It's nasty with how the wire chains. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds good. Yeah, I like that. There's a shotgun I want to test out with that enchant. I just need to roll it onto that gun. Oh, the Bullet Reflect, right? Yeah, Bullet Reflect is amazing, isn't it? It's my favorite game mechanic of all time. For sure. Take it out of context, got it. Understandable. Have a nice day. Speaking of dark magic, first time I saw the legendary armor converts a bit of your damage to dark magic, leaves leech efficiency. I thought, cool, just put that on and solve all your survivability concerns. Luckily, it's not that simple. Because dark magic does have that damage penalty, especially if you're playing on intense. Dark magic does a lot less. Now, of course, you can be a Graveborn and have a lot of leech efficiency and dark magic damage. But not everyone is a Graveborn. And that is giving up your armor slot. And considering I'm using an Amalgam with some really crazy stats right now, I don't think I would give that up for that. That was a very fast room clear. Holy shit. You get free ammo for that gun, right? Yeah, you don't get free ammo. You get free heat. Those are two different things. Skulldugger guns consume both heat, they consume both ammo, and they build up heat. Liquid cooling gives you heat back, it does not give you ammo back. That is a very important distinction to make. This is why stuff like the Spore Warden's ammo regen is still useful on this gun. This is why having ammo SDUs is still a very big deal. This is why the gun isn't completely brainless OP, because it does require you critting to trigger the effect, and even then, with a ×2 variant, which is what I'm using right now for extremely high DPS, it chugs ammo. It is an absolute hog. I don't have all my pistol STUs yet, and sometimes that causes problems. So I do keep a backup SMG to switch to for when I need to consume other ammo. It's a real Doom Eternal moment. Pull the liquid cooling back up for you. Go. There we go. Still say it's probably completely OP. I don't think so at all. Because this not even chaotic, not even legendary SMG that you can get extremely commonly still has comparable DPS. Comparable. So, like, I definitely don't think liquid cooling's OP. I think that there could stand to be some more competition in the legendary category. There's definitely some individual items that could use a bit of a buff, but early game balance is something that there's still time to address. And Gearbox is good about doing that kind of thing. I'm not worried. So when I see another Brr-Reaver, hey Psycho, welcome in. Yeah, it's a really fun class combination. I really enjoy how the skill trees play off each other. Just the very aggressive gameplay, the juggling of a bunch of resources and timers at the same time. And the very high raw damage. So all of that scratches a bunch of itches for me. I don't know about you guys. That was a particularly long Reaper of Bones, so I lost my Enrage. I think I could tweak my skill tree a little bit to have better Enrage uptime. It's something I gotta mess with. Because I could go that third point in Blood Frenzy. I could also put some points in Savagery. But I suppose Savagery would gain value if I stopped using Glacial Cascade for a non-frost spell. Or at least I would be losing less value from not taking Ancestral Frost. But then again, like, my Liquid Cooling and my my bonus element are both frost, so... Was there a max ammo on... any ammo? I could use some ammo. Brr-Reaver Hydra build equals things die. I don't find the Hydra build thing interesting because a lot of those Hydra setups are people unintentionally benefiting from a beneficial damage bug. Not all, but a lot. And I prefer breaking the mold a little bit. Is this endgame content? It is Stainless one. We are doing the Chaos Chamber. Quick heal with Reaper of Bones. Kill an ad to keep Body Rune up. occasional Spellblade bonks are good for keeping Glacial Cascade crit high.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. You knew what this was.
Killing a bunch of those to try to keep as much enrage duration as I can.
Eat or be eaten.
Thanks, Skeep.
I need about a gallon of coffee. Legions of blood.
That's pretty clean. Poster building anywhere? Not yet. I plan on it though. I plan on it.
Spells are spent. You wanted to meet Bernadette?
I'm gonna bonk you for my Spellblade crit chance. Where'd you go? Oh, you're there. Why'd you go that way? You don't ever do that. Nope, not yet. GG. Dope, man, because I'm still working through the game trying to maximize this class's potential. Yeah, this has been a labor of love. Maximizing the Brr-Reaver combo has been a lot of effort and testing, and I'm really happy with the results so far. Running Greatborn, about to unlock my second class. Any suggestions? I'm a big fan of Berserker. How do I say your name? Punch? I'm gonna go with Punch. But yeah. I'm a huge fan of Berserker as a multi-class combo, especially with Greatborn. Truly feels like if you have to refarm loot dice every time to hurt the game's lifespan for players, this game deserves to last. Yeah, I'm curious to see how they address that situation. Some people like the endless collectible grind, but for a lot of people, making the dice profile wide would improve game longevity. So I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. No, last gasp. It's a brimming last gasp. Let me check the parts on this. Pixie. It's a pixie. Is it a pixie or a lightning bolt? Make up your mind. Oh, it's a Hydra. Okay, no, I do want that. I think I have a chaotic ancient deity. Is that already? I'll drop that though. How to make new characters? Which is a new game? Yes, new game. Let's go for that snake stick. So we're looking for a... Wow, Banshee can have 12 point... It can have, 1.2k base without even being chaotic? That's so high. A volatile Banshee has ridiculous card damage. Holy shit. We're looking for a snake stick with echo hilt. That's the goal. That's a chaotic snake stick with echo hilt, chat. All you have to do is ask. That's it. That's it. Just get the drop. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's just that simple. Who needs loot dice when you can just ask? Well said. Streamer luck strikes again. It really do be like that. Well, I guess we'll go back to going for the body rune. Could you imagine if that had been a body rune right then, chat? Oh. Oh. I'd have cried. Someone say Echo? Hey Echo, how you doing? Good to see ya. That's a cryo ancient deity. It's chaotic. I want it. Sorry, frost. I keep saying cryo. They say cryo at some points in the game. It's not my fault. Those rabbits are just, yeah, they're great. What do you mean? What do you mean? How high's your luck? Let's see. How high is my luck? Currently 12k. 12k loot luck. So there's some people with much higher. I want to say Joel's has like 30k because he got all the dice. Like Quips of Brad luck and all that, so. Some people have a lot more loot luck than I do. It's just the secret of asking. Cursed Wit. Let's switch to the spell bunny for a bit. I scroll up. Yeah, can do. Try and show that Arcane Bolt you mentioned. Thought it'd be great for this build. Seemed to really have more than one Dark Hydra active on bosses. Be interested to see how well it does. I can try it out. Let's see if I can roll a good enchant for it. If I can roll on spellcast increased damage dealt onto that Arcane Bolt, I'll try it out for you. Ooh, that's a Chaotic Quaking Sunder. I always take Quaking Sunders, chat. I have a problem. See, proof of this. Most of these spells are Quaking Sunders. It's just a really good type of spell. Is there a DLC coming soon? Yes! First Season Pass content drop is in April. It's a Buffmeister. Chaotic Gelatinous Cube and a Twister. That's a pretty high damage magic barrage. The first step is admitting you have a problem. I have a Dark Magic Sunder that's freaking carrying me right now. I think they're on limited range. Yeah, Quaking Sunders hit like the whole room, chat. And the next room. And the one after that. So if you're looking for a really good type of spell to look out for, it's these. Quaking Sunder. Specifically Quaking. Quaking is the delivery method. Sunder is the type of spell. They have okay cooldown. 15 seconds base. But they have good damage and really good damage delivery. The only downside is they don't hit flying enemies, because it's ground-based. Okay, first let's try and get, what do we want on the Snake Stick? I want spellcast increased damage dealt. I've been running with a useless enchant slot for a few runs, chat. I was missing out on this enchant for a while. Action Skill Start, increased damage dealt. Huh. Well, I guess either one works then. Either Action Skill Start, damage dealt, or spellcast, damage dealt. Okay. Good luck, me. That's a start. It's not a bad one to start with. Been running with an empty slot this whole time. It's lovely. I don't want to brick this Snake Stick. That'd make me really sad. Sag. Alright, we'll leave it there, and I'll circle back around to that. You only get so many rerolls on an item. I'll be really sad if I can't use that Snake Stick. What was the other thing I was gonna roll? Oh, we got an Arcane Bolt. Let's see if we can get one on that. Nope. Okay, we got a usable one on the Arcane Bolt. What's the dot on the blue cake? 1300. Where's Snake Stick from? I got it from the bunnies in the Chaos Chamber. That's where I get everything. Hey, Drew. It's hard out here trying to get a code. I'm doing a giveaway. So you can follow me on Twitter, respond to that tweet with a mushroom joke and the platform you're trying to enter for, and best of luck. Is there an indication on if I did the rune puzzle correctly besides the portal appearing? Not that I'm aware of. Not a fan of how the backpack goes back to the top if you reroll. Yeah, that's awkward. Hey, Struggle Bus, been avoiding stream, so I finished the story. How's it going? It's going great. This build's going great. We got an item that we've been keeping an eye out for. Just rolling the correct enchant is hard. It's difficult. Let's try out the Arcane Bolt by request. Anything you use that's a deady drop, every piece of gear that I have equipped, I have gotten from Chaos Chamber. Every single one. All of it. I don't deady farm.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Does base damage and/or remaining mag affect the damage of Fear or Hydras? Based on how Tediore formulas worked in Borderlands 3, it's likely that more bullets in the mag will create a stronger Hydra.
This world's no place for the weak.
Yeah, this is very spammable. This Arcane Bolt is very spammable. Where's the enemies at, though? There you are. The damage on the Arcane Bolt, kinda dog water. But it's really good at triggering effects over and over again. Which is why it's a good legendary to keep an eye out for. I get a lot of healing this way. A lot of triggers of my kill skills through my Greyborn Capstone. Sustain of the Soul, add Dark Magic to guns using Spellmakers to be a weapon. Genuinely do not know. That's going to be a thank you for testing moment. Now, I'm totally going to brain fart and forget how to go into blue, even though I've done this before. I somehow, like, unlearned it. It's wild. Where is the thing? You following me? Over here. You like using the Buffmeister? No, I absolutely despise the Buffmeister. I want it to be nerfed. I think it would be better for the health of the game if it was severely scaled back. Even without the bug, I find it to be very, very problematic. And I do not want it to continue to exist in its current state. Because all it does is stifle creativity. And it creates a situation where anyone who grinds to max chaos level using the Buffmeister, as soon as it is changed, or as soon as they try to use something else, they're like, wait, nothing else is good. Yeah, it's because you never bothered to learn. Buffmeister is like if your training wheels also, like, physically injured you. Seeing the interaction with Melee and Livewire SMG seems to make Melee builds viable. I am not aware. Feel free to explain it. It's the first I'm hearing of it.
See what happens? I've got all the magic I need.
At least with Blast Gasp, this thing can actually one-shot, like, basic enemies. That's cool. Yeah, that's not bad.
For you, is it? Won't be enough.
Yeah, Arcane Bolt, definitely a worthwhile choice on this build. Now, it doesn't nearly do the damage that Glacial Cascade does, and it doesn't have the coverage that Quaking Thunder does, but it's very, very spammable. Holding Livewire and meleeing creates Arch Chains to all enemies nearby and also deals gun damage. Procs all stab skills require gun damage to do more melee. Interesting. What does Buffmeister even do? It gives you a massive bonus element, also a fire rate and movement speed increase. And this bonus element itself gets damage formula, and also has its own kind of fixed base. It applies to all damage you do, and even without the spell shot specific bug that some people are exploiting with the Buffmeister, it provides a massive multiplication of damage in an amount that is utterly problematic. And I don't find that interesting. I don't think it's good for game health. Because people are going to use Buffmeister and come to the conclusion that nothing else is worth using, which is incorrect. And then they're going to get bored and either burn out and start hating on the game, or burn out and leave the game. And neither one is good for community. Basically Revolter? No, it's like if the Revolter and the Borderlands 2 B shield decided, hey, how can we be the most cursed aspect of each of us, yet somehow still more busted? That's Buffmeister. Say the Quaking Eruption? No, I said Quaking Sunder. Yeah, that's so spammable. That's crazy. The healing from that is, it's kinda nutty. Because I can just constantly trigger Sanguine Sacrament, like, whenever I want. Also, full uptime on, enchants. Arcane Bolt, good. I'd used it a bit in this vein, much earlier on, but I was much less geared, so the cooldown returns were a lot less consistent. I have much higher spell crit chance now, so it's just much more sustainable. That's painful. Ow. Yeah, with Spellblade, this thing basically refunds like 2 out of every 3 casts. But as you can see, the damage is a lot lower than what I would have doing Glacial Cascade in this situation. Like, for comparison. I'm gonna favorite that, though, because that's staying in the inventory. That earned a permanent slot. Yeah, Glacial Cascade hidden for 22k. There. That's a lot bigger. Some beefy elite enemies, though. You'd love to see it. I could use some ammo, though. Mod check ammo? Well, guess back to the Nightshade. That's fine, that actually lets me enrage easily. So that just increased my damage. Beautiful. There we go. That was tough. That was a high-level elite enemy. Had a lot of HP. Gotta go to a meeting, maybe get all the loot. I appreciate it, Echo. You have a good one. Like this genuinely feels difficult, gives more a feeling of accomplishment when you beat Chambers. Absolutely. It's definitely some obstacles to overcome, some things you gotta be prepared for. Just feels good in general. Ammo capacity, yes please.
Teamwork makes the scream twerk.
Say it feels rewarding? Absolutely. Basically full uptime on 3 Hydras gives more damage. I can still get pretty good uptime on Hydras, because remember, it triggers kill skill and spellcast. So, the Hydras have a 10-second duration. I'm casting about every 7 seconds or so. I have a decent chance of getting one every cast, but I also have a decent chance of getting one on every kill. Like, I do have 3 hiders active right now with Glacial. And as long as there's enough mob density, I'm able to maintain that pretty effectively. So I still do have max Dark Hydra benefit most of the time. Like, I'm down to 2 at the moment. But the difference isn't large. Both feel good, though. I don't think there's a wrong answer to Glacial Cascade versus Arcane Bolt. Like both approaches. Love that voice line. It's fantastic. You think the Channel Lightning Bolt Arc Torrent will be nerfed? I think it should be, if it's my opinion. I don't think it should be or will be. Because there's better things. Like, Arc Torrent's just like, hey, I'm just kind of good and low effort. But Arcane Bolt's more spammable. Quaking Sunder is better for mobbing. Glacial Cascade is better for mobbing and only slightly less spammable. Like, there's competition. Remember, the thing you hear most about does not necessarily constitute the best thing. It just means it's something people are doing. Are Arc Torrents very good? Yes, especially with that particular set of parts. But they are not the only option. They are far from the only option. In fact, I never feel the need to use an Arc Torrent, at least on this build. Now, this could vary depending on character and type of build, and what kind of restrictions you want to put on yourself, but I'd say I'm doing just fine without using Arc Torrents, yeah? And they wouldn't give me a noticeable hike in power in this build, in the way that if you swap out Arc Torrent in this conversation with, say, a Buffmeister, well, with a Buffmeister, none of these enemies are living for longer than a second. Sure, I'd have low uptime, but, everything dead. Wasn't that wonderful bullet reflection? Haha, it's a great sound, isn't it? Some good gear for a spell shot. Spellblade is going to be a really good melee weapon to keep an eye out for. It makes your melee swings scale with spell damage instead of melee damage, which, as a spell shot, you have a lot of spell damage. I'd say for every class, the pistol I'm using that I just ran out of ammo in, good illustration of the downside. Liquid cooling, very powerful. Can't speak. Very powerful Skulldugger pistol, especially in the ×2 variant. Does a lot of work. These enemies are so aggressive. Here's my Reaper of Bones. I need it. There it is. There we go. That was a tough one. A lot of incoming damage. What is this monologue? Is he just asking himself questions and answering his own questions? Is this your first time on Twitch, Taylor Shaw? How you doing today? Welcome to Twitch. Thanks, Skeep. Now, this might be an Arcane Bolt fight, because flying enemy.
Ready to cast.
that's really good. That's very efficient. There's voices bullying me. And I love Banshee's design.
You might be wondering why I go this way.
Yeah, definitely Arcane Bolt for this boss. Why does Elemental Water hurt so much? It really do be like that.
I feel like myself.
The more I think about it, the more the Nightshade might be the best weapon for what I'm going for. Nightshade's just kind of that good in a lot of setups. That spell radius on that Hydra, 43,500% radius. It's not the Quake and Thunder. I don't have room. Banshee's shaping up to be my favorite melee weapon, just all around amazing. The base damage on the Banshee is so high. Zamir, anyone else get the impression Banshee's another angel stand-in like in Dragon Keep? I got that vibe at first, vaguely. So I've not done this one in a while. We know what benefits Barrage more, gun damage or ability damage. Gun damage is going to benefit your guns as well, so I'd just say gun damage is going to benefit more of your kit. About class mods for Spell Shot, I'd play a Spell Stab build. I'd honestly just say go for the best passives you can. Like, I'm running an Amalgam right now. It even is a Spell Shot one. I'm not a Spell Shot at all. I'm using it for Graveborn power and for really good passives on the bottom. So I'd say that matters more. Ammo box.
I made this baby, so you have to love it.
Excuse me. No bully. No, don't do that yet. Oh, there we go. Over there. That's where I go. Stopping for ammo. Don't mind me. Do the thing. Bye, raid boss. So the blue boss is just a mechanics check. It's not a particularly strong DPS check. You just do the mechanic and then it's like, okay. It's a good intro one. Also, I have good damage.
More like it.
Ooh, not bad passes on that. All damage dealt and spell damage, certainly trying. The skills aren't fantastic though. Not a great class mod effect either. What am I going for? I suppose I should work on upgrading that ring in particular. We keep going spells for a while. If I got a volatile Glacial Cascade shot, that'd be fucking crazy. I'm not sure what to take in this one. Spells. Glad I asked you to try Arcane Bolt. Definitely has a place. Cascade's super strong. Yeah, I think for things that... Ooh, Chaotic Inflammation. That spell's really fun. For things that I can't hit with Cascade, I think we definitely have a winner with Arcane Bolt, just for spammability of healing and such. Do I still have that Buffmeister that I don't ever plan on using in this inventory? I do. Yeah, go away. Or 10% ignite chance. It makes perfect sense, math-wise. It takes your ignite chance and gives you 110% of your current ignite chance. That is how math works. Extinction calamities are really satisfying. Are you not using the snake stick? I don't have the correct enchant on it. It's a good Spriggan. Let's go more melee weapons. It's another Echo Snake Stick. Alright, I'll grab that. So we have a nice little backup there. I can drop that, because there's just not enough reason to stack up the poison damage, really. Chaotic Spellblade with Caustic. I need more backpack space, chat. I have a problem. What can I drop? I can drop that. What element does your Banshee have? Pretty sure mine's non-Ellie? Where is it? Yeah, mine is non-Ellie. Tried the Wizard, it was underwhelming. It's okay. It's good at covering elemental matchups while you're gearing up. I don't think it's like a high tier item, but it's okay. Chaotic Frying Pan. Meh. Okay. Poisonous Frying Pan, don't use that. Why not? What's the difference between Chaotic and the other one? Chaotic is a large stat increase over a base item. And then, okay, the maker, why do you have subtitles on my screen? And Volatile is an even further increase above that. But Volatile is extremely rare. If you look at Chaos mode and you scroll down on stats, you see Chaotic gear has a 28.17% chance, Volatile has a 1.41% chance. So it's very rare, but very powerful. Still trying with guns, see how they feel with my build. Yeah. Can Banshee be elemental? Yeah, it can. I think someone figured out that Chaotic is equal to 2 level increases, Volatile is 4. That sounds like what people were saying before, Asa. Yeah. That sounds correct. Which has terrifying scaling implications for once we get further tiers after that, but that's something to worry about later. Something to worry about later. So, I know it's a bit early. Earlier than my normal end time, but I did start early. We've been live for almost 5 hours. I think I'm going to call it here. So just keep in mind, giveaway is still ongoing. They confirmed higher tiers. They've alluded to it very strongly, yes. So join the giveaway if you haven't already. It's on Twitter. All you got to do is follow me, comment a mushroom joke, and the platform you're looking to win a full code of Wonderlands for. Also follow me here on Twitch. I'm live 6 to 7 days a week, depending on what's going on. Join the Discord if you want to, talk shop with Wonderlands and all that. There's lots of resources there for figuring out how the game works, save files, all that good stuff. And yeah, so the VOD channel is up and running. I'll be posting the link and stuff in the Discord. I just need to unprivate the videos, and I'll probably upload today's stream like right after I end. So that'll be a thing. Sub to that if you want to see the content archive. It's for people who maybe are staying away from spoilers and such, and for people who can't quite make my stream times, especially that I've been streaming irregular times lately. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's find somewhere to raid. If you guys got a fun shitpost for raid message, feel free to provide while I look. While we see where we can bring the love. See, Triple G's on, Lazy's on, Birdman is on, Scarlet's on, Mercy Siren, Pascaroni. Where can we go? Where can we go? Alec is on? We haven't rated Alec before. I think we could rate Alec. Actually, no, I think we have rated Alec once or twice. We can still do that. Hi, Chad. Bye, Chad. Don't stop Brr-Reaver. I like that, Stone. Let's copy that. Copy that raid message. Okay, we're gonna raid Alec. Super, super, super nice individual. Very talented editor. You have probably seen some of his video editing work. But also a content creator, Borderlands, Wonderlands stuff. Just super good vibes over there. And when you get in, spam that raid message, drop a follow, and hang out for a bit. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will catch you tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow. Somewhere in the 8 to 9:30 a.m. Eastern region. Hope to see you again next time. Bye-bye.
I do love my stuff.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You don't